So Arroyo Seco Saints baseball here on the Arroyo Seco Saints radio network. I am Alex Naveja. Alongside me is Tommy Warts as the Saints continue to be on the road. They'll conclude their two-game road set here in Great Park in the beautiful city of Irvine, California. And after very close nail-biting loss against the San Luis Obispo Blues on Saturday, July 3rd. It was definitely a close game with one run of a difference as we bring you the starting lineups for your Arroyo Seco Saints. Connor Bradshaw will lead things off. Cooper Elliott in the 2 slot. Drew Cowley hitting third. Josh Cowden will be hitting cleanup. Brandon Boning hitting in the 5th spot. Jag Burden hitting 6th. Hitting 7th is Jonas Sebring, batting 8th is Bo Willis, and batting 9th is Blake Marsh. As we bring you the starting defense for the Orange County Riptide. Kyle Booker playing over in left, playing in dead center is playing over in centers is Kyle Booker. Playing in left field, my apologies, is Terrence Simmons. Over in right is Colton Freeman. Then playing over at third is Emilio Rosas. At short is Davis Diaz. Playing over at second is Darian Williams. Playing over at first is Reed Spanrath. Behind the dish is Eric Bigiani. And on the mound is Andrew Pogue, the freshman from Illinois. 6'4" frame on the bump, weighing in at 185 pounds. Originally from Peoria, Illinois. As first batter, chopper to third. Firing a strike. And one gone.
Yeah, unfortunately, wishing we could start a little bit better here, but that's going to be the first at-bat right there for Connor Bradshaw in the evening. Guy who's been real hot in that leadoff spot for the Saints. Unfortunately, right there, ground ball to third, gets us started, and that's going to bring up Cooper Elliott, the utility guy. See him all over the infield this day. He's playing center field. Let's see if he can start us off here for the Saints.
So for those of you just joining us, Connor Bradshaw grounding out over to third. And Bradshaw has been quite the bat for the Saints. Really has been swinging well. But here is Cooper Elliott in the 2 slots this evening. Occupying the left-handed batter's box. Takes pitch in there for a called strike.
And Cooper Elliott, a little bit of a rough start against the Blues last Saturday. Got a walk, but no hits on the day. 0 for 4 in the stat book. A couple of strikeouts to go along with it. Looking to improve upon that today here in Orange County.
And as we talked about it early on in the broadcast, the Saints couldn't seal the deal on the road playing against San Luis Obispo for the first time this year. And what an amazing facility that they have out there. I know, Tommy, you were out there and on Saturday, the day before 4th of July, but you guys didn't get a whole lot of fireworks, but you definitely got some fountains to go along with that baseball game, right? As this one is stroked over to shallow left, but quickly played by the left fielder, Terrence Simmons.
Yeah, slow, as you guys call it out here in California. I don't really know how else you would do it, but St. Luis Obispo was it was a great time. A very cool environment. A lot of great fans out there, probably 1,000 people in the stands. Got a nice fireworks show at the end. Unfortunately, a heartbreaker right at the end, a double play ending the game for the Saints. And they're coming out hungry today. They had a much shorter bus drive, of course, probably about 3 hours difference. And one of their hottest hitters at the plate right now as well, Drew Cowley.
And Drew Cowley, indeed, really has been one of the best hitters for the Arroyo Seco Saints as he gets under one over to shallow center field. Center fielder will go ahead and call off his left fielder. That's Kyle Booker coming up with the play. As it's Andrew Pogue retiring the Saints 1-2-3 to start up the ball game as we go to the bottom of the first. We are still scoreless here on the Arroyo Seco Saints Radio Network. Andrew Pogue able to go through the first three in the top of the first inning as we bring you the starting lineups for the Orange County Riptide. Kyle Booker will be leading things off. Colton Freeman hitting second. Jack Thomas Wold hitting third. Eric Bajani in the cleanup spot. Terrence Simmons in the 5 spot. Emilio Rosas hitting sixth. Reed Spenrath hitting seventh. Then hitting eighth is a Darian Williams, and batting ninth is a Davis Diaz. As we bring you the starting defense for your Arroyo Seco Saints, Jag Burden playing over in the left, Cooper Elliott playing in center, Josh Cowden and right. Jonas Sebring getting the start over at third, Brandon Boning at short, Drew Cowley at second, Blake Marsh at first. Behind the dish is Bo Willis, and on the mound is Creighton Hansen, who gets Kyle Booker to swing and a miss at the first offering the count. 0-1 the count.
Yeah, Creighton Hansen slowly establishing himself as the ace for the Saints. Going to make his third start of the year so far. ERA posted in the low 2s right now. A whip just over 1. Sits around 92 miles an hour on that fastball. He's got a curveball as well as a changeup to complement it. 8 strikeouts last time out against Orange County and only 4 innings of work. Opponents only hitting .217 against him, Alex.
That's a very low batting average, and that's something that you have to take a lot of pride in if you're Creighton Hansen. The first time that he faced off against Orange County, he would go 4 innings of work, only permit 3 hits, no base on balls, 1 earned run, and 8 Ks. Good enough for the wins, as that one is swung on and missed, but Willis has to get rid of that one. Looks like it's not going to be in time. Could not control the baseball.
Yeah, unfortunately right there, what should have been a strikeout is going to turn into a runner reaching base, and that's not what you like. Creighton Hansen, as we were saying, loved to strike these guys out last time out here, and you don't want to give up free base runners, especially not the leadoff base runners as well when you're starting off a game.
Especially a guy like Kyle Booker, who can definitely be a base running threat on the base path. But just like that, we've got Kyle Booker already on. For those of you just joining us, the Saints were retired in order to start up the ball game in the top half of the inning. And we're here in the bottom of the first. Kyle Booker able to get on with a swing and a miss, but it was a pitch that did get away from Bo Willis, and now it's Colton Freeman up in the count, 1 ball and no strikes. But able to get a pitch in there for a called strike. The count evened up at 1-1 as we give you the stat lines for Creighton Hansen. He is a perfect 2-0 on the season, 12 innings pitched, 10 base hits, 3 earned runs, 13 Ks. That is good enough for third highest on the team with 4 base on balls. And just like Tommy said, he has a 2.25 ERA, and that's a pitch that does get away from Willis. And very easily, Booker will go ahead and cruise over to second.
Yeah, didn't even get a good jump. Didn't even see the ball quite got away from Willis, but so far some trouble behind the dish right now for Willis trying to handle some of the pitches coming by from Hansen. I understand he throws hard. He's got a lot of break on his nasty stuff, I like to call it. But got to lock that in, figure that out. You don't want to give away these free 90 feet.
Just like that, there's a runner in scoring position for the Riptide, and Riptide really have been playing some good quality baseball since the last time the Saints were here. They really have been making the standings very interesting. It just seems as though all of the teams here in the SoCal division, they do not make it easy to play against them, as this one is slapped the other way but goes foul.
Yeah, a lot of competitive baseball, especially in the South Division of the CCL right now. Plenty of teams. There's open book right now for whoever wants it. You got Santa Barbara. The Foresters, of course, are playing really well. The Conejo Oaks are never going to shy away. The Saints have been very competitive, and now the Riptide getting hot again. And who knows, any team can beat any team here as well. The Academy also puts up a great performance.
The Academy was another team, as there's a ground ball slapped over to right field for a base hit. Rounding third is Kyle Booker. The throw is going to be cut off, and just like that, it's a 1-0 lead for the Riptide.
Yeah, there it comes back to bite you. The leadoff guy strikes out, but he got on base from a drop third. It almost works just the same as a walk right there, just giving away free base runners. And it just takes a simple hit by Colton Freeman, and he's got himself an RBI, and the Saints find themselves down 1-0 here early in the first.
Not exactly the type of start you wanted to have if you're Creighton Hansen. Not exactly what you had in mind. As Jack Thomas Wald now occupying the batter's box. They start him off with a pitch in the zone. The count 0-1.
And Jack Thomas Wold, their big power hitter for the OC Riptide. Last time out, Creighton Hansen was able to handle him, struck him out a couple times. And he's looking to replicate the same. Another pitch in the dirt. This time Willis is able to field it.
Willis a bit slow behind the plate this evening already with 2 pitches that have gone past him. It was a strike 3, a swing and a miss by Kyle Booker. Couldn't maintain control of the baseball. Then there was another pitch that went through the wickets of Bo Willis to permit Kyle Booker to advance into scoring position, making it very easy to come in to score on the RBI single hit by Colton Freeman. As Creighton Hansen still looking for his first out in this start. And there's a breaking ball that goes in the dirt. 2-1 the count.
Very nice pitch there by Hansen, trying to get him to swing at something. Going to keep it low in the zone right now, trying to get that double play ball. Help yourself out.
And there's a pitch upstairs and a hard secondary lead by Colton Freeman. Getting the defense to try to bite at that pump fake there. So 3 balls, 1 strike. As there's a chopper going to second. They flip over to short to first to get the 4-6-3 twin killing.
Yeah, the 4-6-3. Usually it's Jackson Cobb and Jake McMurray playing second and first base. Today we switched it up a little bit. Drew Cowley to Brandon Boning to Blake Marsh at first, like they've been doing it all year together.
We have seen quite a bit of double play duos, but the new one now, Boning and Drew Cowley. As there's another pitch that gets away from Willis to start Eric Bigiani off. 1 ball and no strikes.
Bigiani, a Buster Posey Award winner for one of the best catchers in the country in college, goes to UNLV. Our fellow broadcaster, Jarrett, actually, on occasional days, does the broadcasting for UNLV baseball, so he gets to see a lot of these guys quite a bit. Darian Williams, as well as Jack Thomas Wold, also UNLV Rebels.
And there's a pitch in there for a called strike. Got a few Rebels on the team here. So 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 gone here in the bottom of the first. The score is 1-0 as this one is skied over to dead center field, and it's caught by Cooper Elliott. So on 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and no runners left on base. It's the Orange County Riptide with the lead as you're listening to the Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. The Orange County Riptide able to capitalize on a couple of miscues by Bo Willis behind the dish. They are leading it 1-0 as we go to the top of the second inning. We'll have Josh Cowden, Brandon Boning, and Jack Burden. The middle part of the order coming up for the Arroyo Seco Saints as Cowden takes one away. The count 1 ball and no strikes.
Yeah, Josh Cowden early in the year was establishing himself as one of the better hitters for the Saints. Has since slowed down a little bit, but he's trying to find his swing again. Picked up a hit again last time out against the Blues. And has gotten his average back up to around 280. So very respectable still. The BYU Cougar is nominated for the CCL Showcase. We'll await if he gets that voted in July 14th. But trying his best to earn his place there.
As there's a breaking ball catching the inner half of the plate. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Josh Cowden can definitely be a candidate if you ask me. I mean, coming in with a .318 batting average, .568 on-base percentage as he just manages to maintain a heartbeat there at the plate. Just to have type of numbers like that, .318 batting average, .568 on-base percentage, 11 RBI. You're leading the team in that category. 14 hits. You're tied second for the most base hits as Burden is the one tied with you with the 14 base hits, I should say. He is leading almost every offensive category here for the Saints, and he is one of the guys that definitely does deserve to be in that showcase game.
Well, and Cowden has a very unique element to his game that doesn't always look as flashy, but he does walk a lot. He, like you were saying, on-base percentage very high. He's a guy who establishes himself very early in games and tends to get guys pitching around him later on in games, and he draws the walk very often.
And looks like you have the crystal ball right there, Tommy, able to guess the base on balls there for Josh Cowden, and he gets a passport, and that is passport number 8.
Yeah, looking very good doing it as well. And leadoff walks, very valuable. As we saw, the leadoff guy getting on is a key part to trying to have a big inning or at least scoring something. And let's see what Brandon Boning can do with the leadoff man at first.
So waiting the first pitch by Andrew Pogue. And that's a pitch. Just catches the call to strike there. So 0-1 the count to Brandon Boning.
Little unconventional to see him batting this high in the order. A guy usually hovers around that 7, 8, 9 spot, but after a couple of nice performances in a row, decided that head coach Aaron Milam will bump him up a little bit, puts him in the 5 spot. Has a couple guys off today that we'd usually see, maybe a little above him, but Brandon Boning's earned this spot.
Definitely has. His bat is starting to wake up a little bit more as we are now towards the middle part of the lineup as he turns on one. Then here's a high fly ball and goes into foul territory. Tracked down nicely by the left fielder Terrence Simmons to make the out.
Yeah, we have some very shallow, very thin outfields, foul territories, but if it hangs up there enough, as you just saw right there by Simmons, you can find it, track it very easily over here. There's just not a lot of room to work with, so you have to be cautious of it.
It's not like Jackie Robinson Field. That is for certain. Left field and right field, you get a lot of space to work with. Definitely if you're a corner outfielder, if there's a foul ball that is in your respective territory, you've got plenty of space to work with there. But not the case here in Great Park as one gone to Jack Burden checking in for the first time today, taking the curveball in there for a called strike. The count, no balls and 1 strike as
Sorry about that, Alex. I was so excited because I think Jack Burden's excited to play today. He loves hitting against the OC Riptide, guy who's right now batting .429 against him in the 3 games previously already. 2 hits in all 3 of the games as Cowden's going to try to steal.
And he's able to beat out the throw just like that. Josh Cowden able to take able to take bag the first one of the year, actually. So able to steal the first one. Got a good jump out of it as well. Don't think the defense was really expecting Cowden to steal. So just like that, no balls, 2 strikes, runner in scoring position. Jack Burden now has got a battle there at the plate.
And this is part of Jack Burden's game, a guy who likes to swing defensively. He gets back and counts a lot, gets a lot of 2-strike hits, but also causes him to strike out quite a bit. He's up there in the top 5 with the team with strikeouts on the team, but also up there in hits, so you never know when he just might have that swing that helps him out.
Trying to get him to chase at a pitch upstairs. The count 1 ball and 2 strikes, says Jack Burden. Against the Riptide, he is 7 for 14, hitting .500. The last time they played against him, he went 2 for 5 with a single, a stolen base, a run scored, and a single. Looking to continue on with swinging a hot bat against the Riptide. And this is a guy that, despite the strikeout numbers being high for Burden, he always tends to put up great at-bats for the Saints. This is a guy that he'll give it his 110% there at the plate.
Yeah, battling real hard here, falling off a couple of pitches now. Pogue is trying to avoid that, trying to settle in, get that second out.
And there goes Cowden trying to take third. But Burden able to foul that one off.
Yeah, I think he would have got it too. He looked like he had a really good jump. Cowden showing off his speed today. We know about his bat and his power that he's got. Trying to bump up those stolen base numbers for the summer, though.
Also missing the arm that he has as well. You and I have definitely seen our fair share of outfield assists from Cowden. And now you got to expect Pogue to keep Cowden close to the bag. Keep him as honest as possible over there at second. But before this weekend on Saturday, Jack Burden was riding on a 6-game hitting streak. They finally put a rest to that. His ears a grounder. Going over to second off of the glove of Williams. Rounding third and coming in to score is Josh Cowden. And consider that a 1-out RBI double there for Jag Burden.
Yeah, and I didn't know if he was going to be able to make it to second right there. Maybe a better throw gets him, but it's a little offline to Davis Diaz. A nice slide by Burden, and he's got an RBI today. And he continues his success against the Riptide.
So we've got ourselves a brand new ball game. All tied up at 1 now. So with Jonas Sebring now checking in. And this would be Sebring's first time facing off against the Riptide. Has not faced off against them. And certainly this has been a guy that has been a team favorite. A lot of guys really seem to like to hang out with Jonas Sebring. We had him as one of our player interviews. And the big thing that the team liked was the fact that he was able to beatbox.
Yeah, very, very big in the music biz. He likes to show off his talents over there. He's also not too bad with the wood in his hand, too. He's got a double and a single in his last time out against the Blues. Hasn't played against the Riptide yet this year. Was utilized as a pinch runner his last time up. And he's going to pop one up there. Looks to be getting out of play.
So Jonas Sebring in his last 3 has gotten on with a base hit or on a walk. If you go back to the Academy Barons, that was back on June 25th. That was the game where he stole home and also came up with a heck of a play right down the middle, trying to rob one of the Barons players of a base hit. Also getting the job done as he drives one over to right center field. They have to go a long way to get it as Burden has to go back to second, tag up on the bag, and will advance over to third.
Yeah, Burden was thinking maybe it might drop. Saw that right fielder Colton Freeman was sitting pretty underneath it. Quickly runs back over to second, tags up on the catch. And Sebring's mad about that one, just underneath it a little bit. But now the runner will be 90 feet away from scoring for Bo Willis.
So the go-ahead run now just 90 feet away here for the Saints, all knotted up at 1 here in the top of the second inning. Start off with a leadoff walk by Josh Cowden, was able to steal second. Boning hit a fly ball in foul territory over to left. Jag Burden, all he really had to do was just hit one the other way and was able to get the RBI out of it. Great attempt by Adarian Williams. Tried to come in with a lunging play on his forehand side. Ball ended up going over to right. That's how we got there with a tied ball game, but we do have a Jag Burden now just 90 feet away as the struggling Bo Willis continues to struggle there at the plate. The count 1-2 strikes.
Well, now he's had a couple of days off. Give him a little bit of time, trying to take a couple breaths, get to watch the game from the dugout. And maybe he's figuring it out, doing a little bit of extra practice at Jackie Robinson Field.
As there's a cue shot, easily played there for Pogue, and flips it over to first. So on 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner will be left on base, all tied up at 1 as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Jag Burden able to tie up the game with an opposite field single over to right. As we go to the bottom of the second inning, Simmons, Rosas, and Spenrath will be coming up for the Riptide. As the Riptide, last week coming up, they had lost 2 of the last 6 games that they played last week. If you consider Sunday, June 27th, the start of the week, they had a rough start playing against the Saints. It was a very close one there at Jackie Robinson Field, but the Saints were able to come out of that one, come up with the victory. And even then, the first time that we got to see Daniel Richardson come up with a save for the Saints. Saints have never really been in a situation to have to shut the door and even come up with a save opportunity. But after that loss against the Saints, the Riptide came back and won 4 straight. They would play 2 against the Blues, 4-0, able to shut down the Blues. Not something that you see very often. The Blues, a very offensive-heavy team. Very tough to keep quiet. Then came back 5-2 on a Wednesday's game. Then played a non-league game playing against the Ventura County Pirates, and that resulted in a 16-4 win where the Sticks just went behemoth in that one. Then played against the Arroyo Seco Saints once again on the 2nd, and were able to defeat the Saints then 9-6, trying to even up the score between the two as the Saints are 2-1. As Terrence Simmons able to get on with the leadoff walk, and it's Emilio Rosas at the plate.
Yeah, Creighton Hansen, unfortunately, starting off this inning with a leadoff walk. Never like to see those. Coming out and attacking Rosas with the first pitch strike here. A couple of pitches that maybe could have gone either way. He'll be happy with those spots later on if he gets them. And this is a guy who we said he had a lot of success as that one gets fouled off against the Riptide his last time out at this park, great park. And he's found himself not with the same success so far. Retired the first 9 batters of the game, of course. But not yet in too much trouble, but wants to step on the neck of that early so it won't bother him later on.
And the offense definitely trying to get Creighton Hansen back into this ball game. As the bottom of the first inning did get a K, but allowed Kyle Booker to get on. It was a pitch that was swung on and missed that got away from Willis. Booker was then able to advance to scoring position. Then the RBI single by Colton Freeman was what gave the Riptide their 1-0 lead. But the Saints able to answer back in the top half of the inning as it's a 1-ball, 2-strike count with Terrence Simmons taking his lead over at first. And that one is foul tipped into the glove of Bo Willis, and another one bites the dust.
Yeah, just went straight down with a fastball there to Rosas. And Creighton Hansen able to power it right past him for his second strikeout of the day now.
So first one gone here in the bottom of the second inning. It's Reed Spenrath now stepping up to the plate.
Spenrath playing first base today. Usually we see Jack Thomas Wold, the DH, playing over at first base, but got to find a spot for Spenrath today. He'll get the spot at first base against the Saints.
And as we talked about it, the Saints with a 2-1 record against the Orange County Riptide. And they're definitely trying to even up the score as Spenrath breaks his bat. He's going to have to go to the dugout and get a new one. That will even up the count. 1 ball and 1 strike. And after that pitch was delivered, that was pitch number 30 for Creighton Hansen.
Definitely a little on the higher side, but can get right back into it with a ground ball maybe. Puts you right around 30 pitches after 2 innings. 15 pitches an inning, you're okay with that if you're a manager or a pitcher. And Creighton Hansen is going to keep that ball low in the zone again, try to get another double play that he got in the first inning.
Was able to turn a 4-6-3 double play. That was a huge double play that was turned. As there's another pitch that was fouled off inside out swing by Spenrath. But Creighton Hansen now having him pinned to the corner, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And here in the start, he has been able to get quite a few 1-ball, 2-strike counts out of the Riptide. So you know that they're swinging the bat a lot, and you know that Hansen is going to have to go after it as there's a high chopper. Only play is going to be over at first, and that's a 4-1 put out, something you don't see very often.
No, Blake Marsh thought he was going to have a play on it, so he charged at it, but Drew Cowley over there being the backup, making sure after Marsh couldn't get to it. Creighton Hansen heads up play to get off the bump no matter what. And there's your 4-1, not something you see, like you said.
Bit of a rarity, and as we like to always say, no such thing as someone saying, I've seen it all in baseball. You always get something new every day you come out to the ballpark. As there's a breaking ball in the dirt. Darian Williams up in the count, 1 ball and no strikes.
Yeah, and that heads-up play by Hansen is able to come around for the second out of the inning, and now he can just focus on Williams at the plate.
1-0, and gets Williams to swing and a miss at the 1-0. Evening it up, 1 ball and 1 strike. We're here in the bottom of the second inning, 1-1 here in OC Great Park in the beautiful city of Irvine, California.
Very nice facility in Orange County here. Got a couple of ballparks around, couple of fields. Not sure off the top of my head, but looking around, I can see at least 3 other ones. So they got a couple of soccer fields I know on here as well too, and courts of other nature. Very nice facility in Irvine.
OC Great Park, a lot of soccer facilities, a lot of softball fields as well. We've got some Little League fields as well. We've got a couple of Little League teams out and practicing. So it's just a nice scenery. You know, it's summer baseball. Like to see Little League teams being out playing baseball. As this one is going to be skied, but out of play. Very nice facility. I would definitely recommend coming out and checking out this field, or even the softball stadium, or even the soccer stadium, championship stadium. Definitely worth the drive out here. And just with the city of Irvine as well, how quiet it is and how away from everything it is. As there's a ground ball up the middle for a hit. Runner will come around third. The throw is not in time as the go-ahead run comes into score from a second. 2-1 now in favor of Orange County.
Yeah, unfortunately, Cooper Elliott just playing a little too deep in center field there. And as Terrence Simmons is rounding third, it's going to be a close play. They didn't cut it off, but not enough to throw him out. And just like that, Darian Williams is going to have his first RBI of the day and put the Riptide up 2-1 on the Saints.
It's a two-out RBI single for Darian Williams. And here is Davis Diaz now stepping up to the plate. Starts him off with an off-speed pitch on the outer half. No balls and one strike. Already with 2 innings with a run each here for the Riptide. Really trying to make Creighton Hansen pay for the first time that he faced off against him, waving 8 Ks.
And it looks like he's pitching a little more angry now, has a little bit faster of a pace, and is really pounding the fastball. Wants to show the strength and the dominance on the bump.
And to see, did he go around? Yes, he did. Unable to hold off. And another one bites the dust here in the bottom of the second. So 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. 2-1 back with the Orange County Riptide lead as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. The Riptide able to get a run back and come up with a 1-run lead once again. Alex Nabeca with you guys. Alongside of me is Tommy Warts, and it is a pleasure to be a part of your Tuesday evening wherever you may be. As the Saints in their final game of the road trip start off against Santa Barbara, and now here at OC Great Park as Blake Marsh will lead things off, taking the first pitch for a called strike. Marsh currently 0 for 8 against the Riptide, looking for his first base hit against them.
Yeah, Blake Marsh, we haven't seen a lot of him so far. It's been Jake McMurray earning a lot of the time at first base, but Marsh was there in the beginning. And just the hot streak that McMurray's been able to ride, has the highest batting average in conference play right now for the Saints. It's been hard to get his bat out of the lineup, but everyone needs a day off once in a while, and Blake Marsh is here to step in at first base.
And McMurray is a name that really has been becoming very big here for the Arroyo Seco Saints. What he's been able to do, the power numbers he has been producing. But against the Riptide, McMurray is 1 for 5, hitting .200 against OC. This is Blake Marsh able to fill up the count, 3 balls, 2 strikes. We're here in the top of the 3rd inning. Poe kicks and fires, and Marsh trying to protect the strike zone and goes down on strikes.
And Blake Marsh is the first victim to Andrew Pogue today. That's his first strikeout. And I think the Saints will be happy with that. They've had some issues with the strikeout bug, striking out 13 times a couple nights ago. And they don't want to do that every night. It's hard to win baseball games striking out that many times. And only one time through the order once, back to the top of the order. I think Coach Aaron Milan will be okay with that. Want the defense to make plays.
So we go back to Connor Bradshaw, who is currently 0 for 1 with a chopper to third, his first time up. And you want to talk about a guy that has been heating up very nicely for the Saints. Here's another guy that has just been a great leadoff hitter for the Saints. Against the Riptide, he has 4 for 7, hitting .571. And this is a guy that not only could he get it done with the bat, but he also forces his way on. He has stolen some bags, and of course he has swung a really nice bat as well to be able to hit for power.
Yeah, and Bradshaw's not a guy who typically bats leadoff for Pepperdine. Asking him about it, this is the only time he's ever done it. He might think to switch over to it. Not only are the power numbers impressive, guy who's also getting on base just like that a lot, leads the team in walks from the leadoff spot. Big role for Connor Bradshaw.
I think you're going to need to predict some more walks here, Tommy. You're already 2 for 2 as far as these walks right now. You guessed Josh Cowden he's been a good guy to get on base, and now you just guessed Connor Bradshaw. I think you're going to have to, bring the crystal ball out.
That's what I would be looking for because I couldn't hit any of these guys. So I know when a walk's coming.
Here's Cooper Elliott. Let's see what Tommy says about Cooper Elliott's at bat. His last time up, lined out to left. So Cooper Elliott's coming in to the ball game, hitting south of 300, 294 to be exact, as there's a pitch that does hit Elliott and not the sight that you want to see. And it ends up on the floor after that pitch. But they'll take it, and this will be the first time the Saints will have a pair of base runners on.
Yeah, I think he was jumping out of the way of it. Looks like it might have clipped him on the bottom of the shoe and not the ankle or anything there. So hopefully nothing too serious. Able to walk to first base under his own power. Everything looks all right. Cooper Elliott was riding a 7-game hitting streak before San Luis Obispo. He's a guy who's been heating up again, taking a lot of early reps at Jackie Robinson Field, and the results are showing up shortly after as well, too. A guy who's been very productive at the plate, and his glove anywhere on defense has also been a reason why he's stayed in this lineup.
Elliott, we have seen quite a few defensive plays out of him. We've seen him take center field. We've seen him take third base as well, so really starting to show off a little bit of a utility player side out of him this year, as Drew Cowley working with a no-ball, 1-strike count here in the top of the third, as the Riptide leading it 2-1.
And Drew Cowley doing his best utility impression today, getting the start at second base. Guys mainly at third base for the Saints, has had a start at shortstop as well, and gets his first start of the season at second base now with Jackson Cobb getting the day off.
As Cowley cuts that and misses through the 1-1, now trailing the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Drew Cowley going 2 for 4 against San Luis Obispo, going with a single, a stolen base, run scored, a double, another run scored, a walk, and a K. We've seen quite a few pair base hits for Cowley as he pulls one down the line and it just goes foul.
Just foul there for Cowley. You know he wanted that one. Little bit early on it, but you talk about how hot this guy's been. His last 4 games, he's gotten at least 2 hits, and he's also on a 7-game hit streak. Listen to this slash line right here, Alex. 404 batting average, 466 on base, 596 slugging. If you do the math on that, OPS at 1,062.
And I'm going to take your word up on that, Tommy, because I'm not the best math guy, and you are
I
2
wrote it
for
down
2.
beforehand. I didn't do that in my head. I don't take any credit for math.
Tommy, I'll definitely still take the credibility since you are, again, 2 for 2 on the calls tonight. So, definitely has been heating up and has definitely earned himself this 3 spot in the lineup. And you talked about it. Last 4 has recorded a pair of base hits, but even if you backtrack the last 3 before those, he has averaged a base hit. And he waves through the 1-2 and he goes down on strikes.
Yeah, pitch outside a little bit. When you're ahead on the outside pitch, you give yourself a very limited range of where that bat can make contact with the ball, and being early on it was way ahead of it and had no chance to catch up to that one.
So 2 gone, both of them via the K, and here's Josh Cowden. Cowden has not recorded an official at-bat, got on with a walk, was able to steal the bag at second, and came in to score with the 1-out RBI single by Jag Burden.
And that was a big strikeout by Pogue there after getting the leadoff guy to strike out, and then a walk and a hit by pitch to come back and get the strikeout. Now 2 down with 2 runners on, a little less dangerous than 1 out.
Definitely has been huge strikeouts here for Andrew Pogue. It's giving him more and more confidence as he goes through this start. And he's already gotten the 2 outs himself, and the last one came in, and it was a very important K indeed. Now, going to hope that his defense could get him this last out. And doesn't have the easy part of the lineup coming up for the Saints. Facing off against Josh Cowden. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs in the top of the 3rd. 2-1, Riptide. And tries to get him to chase out a fastball up.
And once again, we're seeing really great plate discipline for Josh Cowden. Better known as the Milkman in Pasadena, has worked it up to a 3-1 count against Pogue.
Whole team calling him by the Milkman last week as he will go ahead and take his base, and the bases will be juiced for Brandon Boney. Last week we had Josh Cowden as our player interview last week, and Josh Cowden, a very cool guy to hang out with. Guy that's all about baseball, all about the business, but when I was going after him and looking for him in the dugout, all the guys are saying, "Oh, you're looking for the Milkman?" And that's how I knew, yep, that they're talking about Josh Cowden. I know that for sure.
Yeah, Cowden, a guy who's always just having a good time, just hanging out, kind of vibing here in the summer. From Utah, gets away a little bit, comes and sees some different mountains over in Pasadena. And now what a spot for Brandon Boning, as we were just talking about, up in the 5th spot today. And his second at-bat is going to have the bases juice. Let's see if putting him in that 5 spot will work for Aaron Milam.
This would be a good opportunity as well for Brandon Boney. He does have 3 RBIs as he pulls one, but just tails foul. We've already seen Boning be put away on a fly ball over to foul territory in left, and he definitely has been ahead of the baseball. Really just trying to put the ball in a perfect spot in a no man's land. Only has 3 ribbies. Boning, not usually the guy that you would turn to for RBI, but getting an opportunity to meet this moment as the 0-2 pitch goes after it, and down he goes on strikes as Andrew Pogue strikes out the side here in the top of the third inning, comes out of it unscathed, no runs, no hits, no errors, and 3 runners left on base, 2-1 in favor of the Riptide as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. The Arroyo Seco Saints have now left a total of 4 runners on base. Trailing this one 2-1. Alex Naveja alongside me is Tommy Warts as we go to the bottom of the third inning, and we'll go back to where we originally started with Kyle Booker, Colton Freeman, and Jack Thomas Wold. As Creighton Hansen will come out for another inning of work and starts Booker off with fastball high, 1 ball and no strikes.
Yeah, Hansen was able to retire Booker via the strikeout. Unfortunately, it was a drop third strike, got past Bo Willis. Just like that one kind of was there, a little bit cleaner. And he was able to come around to score after another pass ball in the inning and a single by Freeman on deck. Hansen looking to get a similar result, this time making sure he doesn't reach base.
And looking at the first time through the order, Hansen permitting the 2 runs on 2 base hits. But that first run coming in on the miscues from his battery behind the plates, and here's a high chopper going back to the mound. Hansen handles it nicely and makes the flip over to first.
Yeah, those are nice and easy ones too. A little bit of extra work that you don't maybe like as a pitcher getting off the bump. That's kind of your spot over there, the pitcher's mound, but you'll take those early in the count. Able to get an easy ground ball, flips over to Marsh, his teammate at Wichita State, and his teammate here in Pasadena.
So able to put the leadoff batter away, Colton Freeman, who was able to get the first run on the board for the Riptide as they start him off with a breaking ball upstairs, 1 ball and no strikes.
Yeah, the second batter of the game able to collect a hit as that one's going to be fouled off. The 4th inning was the last time Creighton Hansen gave up a hit to a Riptide. Happened a lot earlier today on the second batter. A little bit of a reality check. Just shows you that every day can be different in baseball too. Just because of a successful trip last time against this team, got to be ready for the next day. And Creighton Hansen's moving real fast now.
Trying to move at his own pace and letting the batter know that he controls the tempo, not the batter. So count evened up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Trying to get Freeman a chase at a breaking ball as the 2-2 just able to nick that one off of the net. But we take a look at the first time these two teams played off against each other here at OC Great Park. The Saints able to put up 14 runs against the Riptide. Able to put half of the runs on the board in the first 2 innings, and there's a ground ball candy hop to Boning to put him away.
And he makes that look so easy every time a ground ball comes over to him. You saw he was going to charge it. He ended up determining where the angle was going to be off that bounce. It perfectly to his chest, fires over to Marsh, and something we see every time Brandon Boning's playing shortstop, just a clean play.
We don't see very many errors from Brandon Boney. He is always on point when it comes to his defensive work. Definitely takes a lot of pride in what he does with the glove. As Jack Thomas Wold now stepping up to the plate with 2 outs here in the bottom of the third as he hits a high drive over to right field, and you could say goodbye to that one.
Yeah, Jack Thomas Wold brought it up earlier. He is their power bat, and that one, you knew it right off the sound of the bat. No one really moved a lot there, and he's able to go around, and with 2 outs, Jack Thomas Wold hits a solo shot to right field, easily clearing the wall.
Creighton Hansen making a mistake, something up in the zone to allow Thomas Wold to pull out of the ballpark, as we're looking at these first 2 innings, and if you really want to get technical with the 2 2/3 innings of work, he is averaging 1 run and a base hit. And now averaging that 1 run permitting an inning, now trailing this one 3-1.
And you know, it has been smooth sailing a lot this year for Creighton Hansen, and that one's going to be fouled off. Got a nice little awning to protect us. Oh, we thought we did. It was pretty close, actually, over here, wasn't it? But
came very close to us.
That was, let's see how Creighton Hansen, I was just saying, can handle some adversity. You know, as a guy who's had very good success in his previous starts, but didn't get to go a long way into them because they were still trying to figure guys out. Should he keep the pitch count low, we might see more Creighton Hansen today. 3 runs still keeps him eligible for the quality start should he go there farther.
Definitely going to need some more offensive support, as the first time these teams played off against each other, 7 runs of support was given to him within the first 2 innings of work. Permitted his only run in the bottom of the 4th to the Riptide. Those 7 runs would be enough to win that one, but the Saints not happy with the 7 runs, put a huge 5 spot in the top of the 5th inning, then added an additional run in the 7th and in the 9th just to add extra runs on the board. And definitely was the biggest gap that they put on the Orange County Riptide. But after that ball game, every one between these two has been very close games.
Well, and if you remember that game correctly, Michael Ashley, pitcher for the Riptide, did have a little bit of command issues in those first 2 innings. A lot of walks as that pitch is going to get by. And Bigiani's going to move up 90 feet. We've seen that a couple times already today from the Saints. But the command issues from Ashley was the story last time we were out here. A lot of runs that were practically given to the Saints, walking guys with bases loaded, hits by pitch. Not something that you see a lot. And as long as they have a better guy on the mound commanding the ball, should be able to stay a close competitive game in Irvine.
And one thing that we have been mentioning throughout the broadcast is the struggles of Bo Willis behind the dish. Really hasn't been the same behind the plate, trying to command the baseball and keep it in front of him. We've seen quite a few wild pitches that have gotten by him. Hasn't been able to keep a lot of them in front of him. And that's something that you do need as a pitcher as well, to know that your catcher is going to keep pitches in front of him.
Well, and it's weird right now. There's a lot of weird shadows at this park, because that one's going to be fouled off as well, too. We mentioned the nice awning we got over here where we are now, but it definitely displays on the field in weird shapes and patterns, and ball starts in the sun, goes in the shade, comes back into the sun, and then goes back into the shade for Bo Willis as well. So I wonder if that's an issue with it. I'm sure he'll figure it out as the game goes on. Does have a little bit of rust, as that one's going to be a walk as well.
So by the looks of it, starting to see just a bit of movement for the Arroyo Seco Saints. We start to see Kyle Sonduck now moving onto the pen, and Tanner Lindsley's going to go and warm him up. Not sure how much we're going to see left of Creighton Hansen and how much left is in his gas tank. And all of this being done with 2 outs at the moment. This innings started very promising here for Creighton Hansen. Kyle Booker put it away 1-3. Then Colton Freeman hit a ground ball to short. Boning was able to put him away, but with 2 gone, it was Creighton Hansen that got too excited with a pitch high and tight to Jack Thomas Wold, who was able to turn on one and hit one out of the park to make it a 3-1 lead for the Riptide. Then has given a back-to-back walks to Eric Bigiani and Terrence Simmons. And see, the bullpen coach is trying to control Creighton Hansen, trying to get him out of this inning and at least get him with 3 innings of work. And for safe measures, as we mentioned, Kyle Sonduck warming up in the Arroyo Seco pen. But it's Emilio Rosas now stepping up to the plate. He was the second strikeout victim for Creighton Hansen, and a very aggressive approach with the first pitch to count. No balls and 1 strike.
Yeah, and pitching coach Josh Schmidt coming out, taking a visit to Creighton Hansen, getting him to cool down a little bit after giving up the homer, and now the 2 straight walks, like you said. Got to get after Rosas, and starting him off with a strike is a good start to it as well.
So Eric Bigiani at second, Terrence Simmons at first in the bottom of the 3rd. So a run scored for the Riptide in the bottom of the 1st. A run scored for the Saints in the top of the 2nd. A run scored for the Riptide in the bottom of the 2nd, and now here in the bottom of the 3rd. And they continue to look to threat and find any way, shape, or form to get any of the runners to come in to score. And this is the first time that the Riptide have had a pair of base runners on, as Hansen steps off of the rubber, trying to recollect himself and trying to make sure he stays on the same page with Bo Willis, as the 1-2 pitch is waved at and missed, and Emilio Rosas goes down on strikes. So add another K to the shelf, but the damage is done. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. 3-1 in favor of the Riptide. Welcome back to OC Great Park as we bring you to the top of the fourth inning. We'll have the 6, 7, and 8 spot coming up for the Saints as we've got a new arm on the bump as well. It's Derek Shaver coming up on the bump.
Yeah, and Jag Burden stepping in for the Saints. Good outing so far from Pogue. Only surrendering the 1 run, 1 hit. Pair of strikeouts as well. But his day will be over. That's kind of how it works in Summer League. Don't see guys going too far into games. Got to get everyone some playing time. Everyone's trying to get some reps to show off to their schools back home. And it's Derek Shaver's turn. The other Wichita State product playing in the game today. This time for the Riptide.
We've got a few Wichita State players here for the Saints as well, and it's nice to see their counterpart on the bump, and it'll be pretty exciting for them to see another teammate to be local to them, and that at least makes it a little easier for these guys to not be homesick. As Andrew Pogue went 3 innings, 3 Ks, 1 earned run, did permit 2 walks, both of them to Josh Cowden, and allowed 1 base hit as here's a line drive straight to the shortstop, and Diaz able to put Burden away.
And Burden delivers a shot. Unfortunately, it's right to the shortstop, Diaz. And he's going to be walking back, thinking he should have had a hit with where he put that bat on the ball, but he's walking back to the dugout, and he's waiting a couple innings to get his next time up.
Always one of the upsetting things about the game of baseball. You square up on the baseball so well, but you end up lining straight to a glove. Something you can't be too disappointed about, but it is a part of the game. As Jonas Sebring stepping up to the plate, and you want to talk about someone being upset. Sebring got a pitch that he was able to drive, and very upset with himself the last time. Just slightly got under it and hit one over to right as he's currently trailing the count. No balls and 2 strikes, and you're really seeing Derek Shaver utilize his curveball there. Try to get Jonas Sebring off balance. 0-2, and Sebring goes after it on 3 pitches.
Yeah, Sebring, a guy who likes to swing hard so he can hit the ball far, but comes at a cost there, pulling his head away. And another guy, a victim of the strikeout.
So 2 quick outs. Here is Bo Willis. And Shaver showing off the velocity there, getting one by Willis.
Yeah, Willis grounding out to first, rather to the pitcher last time out. And has had his struggles behind the plate today, but love to have his bat in the lineup as that one was coming right back towards us. It'll be a foul ball and a 1-2 count now. But Willis is a guy who had a really good rhythm at the beginning of the season and is a great teammate for all these guys here in Pasadena. Originally from Weatherford College in Texas, and is now making his way out to Northwestern State in Louisiana, where he'll be playing some D1 ball.
As the 2-2 pitch, nice location there by Shaver. Just couldn't ring up Bo Willis on strikes, and a huge sigh of release for Bo Willis. Came into the ball game today hitting .219 as he flips one over to right, but it'll be Freeman there to make the grab. So Shaver retires the Saints in order here in the top of the 4th inning. It's still 3-1 in favor of Orange County as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Quick inning for the Arroyo Seco Saints as we go to the bottom of the fourth inning. Kyle Sondak now taking over on the hill for the Saints. Kyle Sondak has a winning record of 1-0, 11 2/3 innings of work, 4 base hits, no earned runs on the year. Has struck out 17 guys. He is second most on the team, right behind John Chomko, and still has a 0.00 ERA, and looking to hold it to a 2-run deficit, 3-1. And it's been the Orange County Riptide with the lead, and he'll face off against Spenrath, Williams, and Diaz in that order.
Yeah, and I think by definition, Sondak has been the most dominant pitcher for the Saints so far this year. Another guy who just doesn't let guys get on base. 114 batting average against people. Doesn't walk a lot and loves to strike guys out. Doesn't throw overly fast, but his stuff moves, and it moves a lot. All over the zone, sweeping curves, sliders, slurves, doesn't matter. He throws them all.
We'll definitely be seeing a lot of check swings. We'll be seeing a lot of swing and misses as it's Spanrath able to put the emergency brakes on the swing as Sondak, 5'11" frame on the bump, the freshman, weighing in at 195 pounds from Katy, Texas, attending University Texas San Antonio. As he gets Spenrath to swing and miss, and another one bites the dust.
Well, and picking up right where he left off, showing you he strikes out a lot of guys. First guy he faces goes down via the strikeout. Kyle Sondak. Not sure any of those pitches were even considered his fastball, but definitely were fooling Spenrath.
So Spenrath now go down on strikes. He is now 0 for 2, and here is Darian Williams, able to get the second run on the ball game with the RBI single to score in Terrence Simmons. Back in the bottom of the second. And here's a chopper going over to third. Got to make a long toss. Sebring showing off the arm, but it can't be handled by Blake Marsh.
And a good strong throw by Sebring. Probably a play you'd like to make if you're Blake Marsh, but Darian Williams was hustling down the line. And it looks like they're going to give him a single on that one.
So an infield single awarded to Darian Williams, but there needs to be credit put where credit is due. Jonas Sebring saving that one from it being a one-out double. Kept that one in the infield. So limiting the damage there for Kyle Sondak. And he is the lone pitcher in this pitching staff that has a 0 ERA. Chomko was the second to the last guy, and Chomko, unfortunately, now with an ERA, but still with a greedy ERA. It's a south of 2, 1.80.
And that has really been a huge part of the success for the Saints so far, has been that relief pitching. After the starters coming out, those guys they can rely on in the bullpen. Not just Sondak and Chomko, but Derek Yu, of course, making his name heard. Daniel Richardson, we mentioned earlier. Tommy Hannon, Chris Stamos. A lot of guys who can shut guys down later on.
And Davis Diaz goes down on strikes, and another one bites the dust in the bottom of the fourth inning. 2 gone via the strikeout, and we go back to the top of the lineup with Kyle Booker. Booker is 0 for 2 with a K, run scored, and a ground ball back to the pitcher. First pitch, it's a wild miss.
And that might have been the first fastball we've seen from Kyle Sondak. Had a lot of zip on that one. Trying to keep him honest with Booker to a guy who's already reached base, and that's going to be another one getting past as Darian Williams will move over 90 feet.
And the woes continue, and it looks like there's definitely a new catcher behind the plate now. That's Peyton Lewis that is doing the catching now for the Saints. That's going to be it for Bo Willis. We'll definitely be keeping an eye out on Bo Willis. He is 0 for 2 with a grounder back to the pitcher and a fly out to right. So it's all up to Lewis. We'll see how he manages the game moving on. So 3-0 count now with 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th inning. 3-1 Riptide hanging on to a 2-run lead, and it looks like they're going to intentionally walk Booker.
Yeah, after the 3-0, having some troubles behind the plate, figured might as well just give him the base. Work on to the next guy, Colton Freeman, who's already got an RBI single today, but now we got force outs at any base other than home. And Sonduk's going to do his work on Colton Freeman now.
So Colton Freeman, 1 for 2, RBI single, and a ground out to short. Another inning with a pair of runners on. Sonduk starts him off with the off-speed pitch in the inner half for a called strike. So Kyle Sonduk with 3 straight relief appearances with 4 Ks. Definitely has an act for striking guys out. And here's a ground ball. Gloved there by Sebring. Goes the easy way. Gets the force out over at second. So no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. 3-1 in favor of Orange County as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. The CCL Showcase game is on July 14th. Make sure to be in attendance for that one. It'll be at the Urban Youth Academy Complex over in Compton, California. First pitch time will be 7 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. Hope we can see you guys there, as that one will also be streamed on Bally Sports West. As we're here in the top of the 5th inning, Blake Marsh, the 9-hitter, will be leading things off and already working with a 1-strike count. We'll also be seeing Bradshaw and Elliott in this inning. As Shaver delivers ground ball over to short. Got to get rid of that one quickly and able to put Marsh away.
And Shaver starting it up with another out. First 4 batteries faced now have gone down pretty easily for him, and the Saints 2 times through the order now have only collected 1 hit right now, and that was Jag Burton's double in the 2nd inning. Now coming up to the 3rd time through, let's see if they've got a little bit better idea. Second pitcher they're facing in Shaver, and it's going to be Connor Bradshaw's first time facing him.
So both teams officially going to be using their pen. And so far, both teams going with some great arms. Derek Shaver able to put the Saints away in order in the top of the 4th inning. And just like Tommy said, he has put his first 4 hitters that he's faced off against. And as for the Saints, well, they've got their top gun as well. And Kyle Sonduck on the bump as well, looking to just keep it to a 2-run deficit, as Bradshaw evening up the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bradshaw is 0 for 1 with a ground out to third and got on, but was stranded at third via the walk. As the 2-2 pitch, that one's bounced and it gets away from Bigiani, and that will fill up the count.
And as we were saying earlier, Bradshaw, very smart, very disciplined at the plate. Working it back to a full count now. And here comes the pitch, and he's going to draw his second walk of the day now. Said it earlier, he leads the team in walks. Very valuable part of the game as the leadoff man. And now he is the first guy to reach double-digit walks. That is his 10th on the year.
So 1 out base on balls for Bradshaw. Here's Cooper Elliott. And this walk could be giving an opportunity to Drew Cowley, who is on deck, as that pickoff attempt does roll away from Spanrath. But they're going to play it safe and keep Bradshaw there at first. Don't need to risk anything. Would much rather allow Elliott to swing the bat. And especially with what he's been able to do against the Riptide, just let him work, let him swing the bat. As Elliott chops one into his respective dugout, the count 0-1.
And Cooper Elliott getting hit by a pitch his last time up. Trying to show off his athleticism. Trying to jump out of the way of it. Unfortunately came back up, hit him in the foot. But he's all right. Nothing he can't handle.
Ground ball up the middle. Defense expecting that one. Have to hustle to step on the bag. But Elliott just able to beat out the throw. Trying to beat out the 6-3 double play.
And Davis Diaz right there stumbling to get to second base. Didn't want to pitch it over. And Cooper Elliott running hard the whole way. Able to show off some of the speed. And as Davis stumbled, Elliott keeps the inning alive.
And it's what you like to see. Give an opportunity for the middle part of the line of Drew Cowley. Now going to get a chance. And throughout this year, we've seen Cooper Elliott really hustling down the line, and we've seen him get on with quite a few fielders' choice. As there goes Cooper Elliott getting an amazing jump and hangs on to the bag for his dear life.
That's the second stolen base for the Saints now. Josh Cowden picking up his first of the year earlier today, and Cooper Elliott leads the team in stolen bases. So not uncommon to see him go out and try to take second. Now a hit to the grass might score the runner and pull the Saints a little bit closer. And Drew Cowley, his job is now to hit it to the outfield and hope it lands.
Saints setting up the stage with a runner in scoring position. And there is a pitch in there for a called strike, evening it up 1 ball and 1 strike. With that stolen base, that is Cooper Elliott's 5th on the year, all knotted up with Brandon Boning, who does have 5 as well. And the Saints in total as a team, they do have 23 stolen bags. And here's a ground ball, very playable, over to second, and they put away the inning. So they do leave a man stranded over in scoring position, but they are unable to score. 3-1 all Orange County Riptide, as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Arroyo Seco Saints leaving a runner stranded in scoring position. Still remains a 3-1 lead for the Riptide as we go to the bottom of the fifth inning. We have the middle part of the lineup, Thomas Wold, Bigiani, and Simmons. And this middle part of the lineup really has been lethal. They're 1 for 3 with a home run and 3 base on balls with 2 runs.
Yeah, showing off the power his last at-bat, Jack Thomas Wold. Delivering the first pitch of his last AB, far and deep, and this one's going to go to right field again. Playable this time for Josh Cowden. A little scary, looked a little deep there, but Kyle Sonduck able to have him a little bit out ahead of it, get him a little underneath it, and an easy play for Cowden in right field.
So one gone, here comes Eric Gianni. 0 for 1 with a fly out to center and got on with a walk, and that time looking like he guessed all the way. Sonduck making him think fastball and threw a breaking ball in the dirt. Made him look a little silly with that swing and miss.
And this whole summer, Sonduck has just been making pitching look easy. I mean, these guys don't have an answer for him. He doesn't give up a lot of hits. He strikes a lot of guys out. Hasn't had an earned run all year. He really should have he's got a very good summer to be proud of right now and take back to San Antonio with him, and hopefully it gets him some more playing time out there.
And continuously looking for more strikeouts. And already in this outing has 2 Ks in just the 1 inning of work that he has. Did run into some trouble with allowing 2 guys to get on. Looking to rebound from this one as the 1-2 pitch waved at and missed, and another one bites the dust.
And there it is, his 3rd K now of the evening. Sonduck continuing to make it look easy against the guys who are the meat and potatoes, you would say, of the order for the Riptide. Between Jack Thomas Wold and Eric Bigiani, 2 of the more powerful, consistent hitters for the Riptide, and Sonduck making them go down fairly quickly.
Sonduck absolutely unfazed from this middle part of the lineup, really just trying to breeze through it like no problem. As Terrence Simmons has not recorded an official at-bat, has gotten on his 2 times at the plate with walks. He is responsible for 1 of the runs scored. It is a 3-1 ball game here in OC Great Park as the sun slowly starts to set and starting to see all of home plate and majority of the mound now in shadows. So no one's really going to have the upper hand as far as, the ball's in the sun, really, as half of Sonduck's body is peeking through the sun. But majority of the field still in sunlight. You see the whole outfield still with the sunlight as trying to check if he went around. Lewis applies the tag, and they said yes, he did. So Kyle Sonduck retires the Orange County Riptide 1-2-3 as that will end the 5th. 3-1 in favor of the Riptide as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Arroyo Seco pitching staff have found their 1-2-3 inning here in the bottom of the 5th. As we go to the top of the 6th, we'll have Josh Cowden, Brandon Boning, and Jag Burden in that order. We will be having Jake McMurray joining us for the player interview in the bottom of the 6th inning. So make sure to stay tuned for that as Josh Cowden takes a pitch called strike. The count 0-1. Still going to face off against Derek Shaver on the bump, who has really dominated the last 2 innings and keeping the Saints off balance. Has not permitted a base hit to any of the Saints players in his 2 innings of work.
And Josh Cowden, on base percentage is 1,000 today, but unfortunately is also hitless. 2 walks in his first 2 at-bats. Quickly finds himself down 0-2 to Shaver, however.
The 0-2 pitch gets away from Bigiani. 1-2. So Josh Cowden. Parents are Sean and Brooke. His brother Mitch plays baseball at Grand Canyon University, playing for the Western Athletic Conference. Close pitch there, but no cookie there for Shaver. 2-2 the count.
Grand Canyon, a team that recently up to the Division I level, right, in all sports. They previously weren't, but had a good little couple games and won their tournament this past year in basketball, and were able to make the NCAA March Madness tournament as well, too.
Grand Canyon, definitely a team to look out for in the Western Athletic Conference. They did lose a team, though, in the Western Athletic Conference. They lost Cal State Bakersfield, who was a part of it, but now a part of the Big West. As there's a chopper right off of the glove of Shaver, but able to recover and record the out.
Yeah, just an unlucky ball there for Josh Cowden. Hits it right back up the middle. Shaver kind of just putting his glove out there to see if it would end up in it, and able to knock it down, regroup. Easy toss over to first base to Spenrath, and that's going to be our first out in the top of the 6th inning.
So with 1 dead, it's Brandon Boning, who strokes this one over to deep left field, but they put him away. 2 gone.
2 quick outs in a row now for Shaver. Boning's second fly out to left field today. And the guy who's got the only hit for the Saints today, Jag Burden, is going to step up. The RBI double in the 2nd that bounced off of a Darian Williams glove. Tried to make a nice diving effort. Got away from him a little bit. And it turned into a double for Burden, and that's been the only action we've seen from the Saints today.
So no balls and 1 strike to Jag Burden. Trying to make something happen here in the top of the 6th inning. The Saints trailing this one 3-1. They have not scored a run since the top of the 2nd. That has been the inning with the most traffic and making something happen. And quite instantly, seeing the stadium lights in full effect, it was just like a blink of an eye seeing these lights in effect.
Yeah, very nice park. Got the really cool LEDs out here. It's going to be real bright once the sun starts to go down.
There's a ground ball hit over to short. Diaz can't handle it. It's a hot shot that ends up into center field, and it's Jag Burden that gets on with an error.
Yeah, the E6 there from Diaz. Hard hit ball by Jag Burden. Hitting it the other way as well. Does that quite a bit. If you look at his spray chart, a lot of his hits coming to left field from the left-handed side of the box. Able to slap that one hard the other way at the shortstop, and Diaz unable to handle it. Ends up in center field. And Burden, regardless, will be on first base.
Starting to get to the bottom half of the lineup now as Jonah Sebring checks in. This will be his 3rd plate appearance. So far, he is 0 for 2 with a fly out to right and went down on strikes.
Yeah, Sebring was a guy who didn't really get a lot of playing time again in the beginning of the year, but has fought his way up, earned some playing time for the Saints. Had his first multi-hit game last start out and has hit the ball hard and plays really great defense and electric on the base pass. Very fast, runs around them, and causes chaos.
He's definitely a guy that you always try to get him on base. And when he does get on base, he is a guy that you definitely need to give him some attention if you're on the mound. If you lay off of him, he will definitely take additional bags when you're not paying attention, as he has great heads-up base running as he strokes one over to left center field, dropping in there for a hit. The Saints will play it station to station here in the top of the 6th inning. Allows Burden to advance to second, and Sebring able to record a base hit.
Very nice hit by Sebring, just the second of the day for the Saints. Coming from the guys near the bottom of the order as well. That's the 6 and 7 spot. And the substitution here, we mentioned it earlier, the defensive substitution of Bo Willis was Peyton Lewis. And now Lewis will get his first at-bat here at Great Park.
So Peyton Lewis, Sean, 45 at-bats with 4 runs, 8 hits, 8 RBI with 4 walks. He is hitting south of the Mendoza line, 177. But one highlighted stat worth mentioning is his on-base percentage, 488 with 8 Ks. So this is a guy that doesn't strike out a whole lot, but always finds himself on base as well. Finds a way to get on a fielder's choice, or just trying to put the ball in play some way, somehow.
Yeah, usually batting up near their cleanup spot. Peyton Lewis holds a lot of power in those hands and shoulders. Likes to get him around quick, and unfortunately he's a guy who seems to be a victim of those line-out bugs that we were talking about. Hits the ball really hard. As you said, doesn't strike out a lot. Just hasn't gotten the ball to fall in his favor.
1-1. Gets under this one. This one's a high drive over to left field, but definitely playable, and it'll be Terrence Simmons that will make the grab. So no runs, 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 runners left on base. Still 3-1 Orange County as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Bottom of the sixth inning we go here in Orange County, Great Park. Alex Naveja alongside of me is Tommy Wartz. And also in the press box with us is Jake McMurray. Jake, how you doing today? And it is a pleasure to have you on the broadcast alongside with us.
Yeah, I'm good. Just having fun watching some baseball out here in Orange County.
Pretty cool view, right?
Yeah,
At the
no,
stadium.
great
Look
view,
at
great
that.
little stadium we got here.
I know, nice complex.
I-
Got the
I
mountains in
haven't
the
got
back.
I haven't got to play here yet, so
Oh, well, that's
both
a
times we
shame,
came, I've
honestly.
been off. So
Unfortunate.
hopefully next time we come, I get to play because this is a beautiful stadium.
And there's an excuse me swing slow roller goes to Sebring and able to put him away very quickly. One gone. So, Jake, we really do have to ask you, what has been working for you, man? You have been swinging a mean bat lately. What did you do in the beginning of the season? You had a bit of a slow start to the year, and now you have really found your stroke. What has worked?
Well, I don't really think I've changed that much. I think just like at the beginning of the year, transitioning from metal to wood is, especially like in the school season, it's a little difficult. So I think when I got out here, I was just a little antsy in the box, just like diving out over the plate, kind of getting a little too excited, you know what I mean? And lately I've just been, down on down, trying to really get on time and let my hands work. So
Yeah, and that's a big thing.
Been finding some good results lately, so hopefully that can continue.
And that's an interesting thing you bring up there about your hands. You kind of hold them in a little bit of an odd spot in your stance. They're really close to your face, kind of near higher up. Is that to get them around quicker? Is that what you're using it for?
I would say like pre-swing, that's more just comfort, because I kind of get them like right in between like my shoulder and my chin, and then like whenever I load, they go back more. But so that's more just like, especially when I'm just in the box, just standing there, like that's more just comfort. But no, they're not up close to my face just to get through. They're just there for comfort before the swing starts. It's a nice little swing right there.
And there's a stroke going over to left field, and it's a one-out single for Reed Spenrath, as it'll be Darian Williams now stepping up to the plate.
Also, Jake, I want to bring it up. You don't wear any glasses or anything I see around the stadium when you're warming up, or when you're around the complex, you don't. But you're one of the guys who likes to rock the rec specs. So when did that become a decision? Because I'm a big fan of them, no matter what. I mean, there's a lot of guys. You think of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, or more famously now, Rodrigo Blankenship over in Indianapolis, rocking the rec specs. What made you decide to rock those rather than just playing contacts or something like that?
Well, they actually are prescription, contrary to popular belief. They are prescription.
Do some people think they aren't?
Some people think they're.
You can't
they're
be the
just
guy.
clear lenses.
You can't be the guy
you can't
wearing
be that
rec
guy.
specs with no prescription.
No,
in
you
it.
can't.
No.
You can't be that guy. You can't be the guy who shows up with clear Oakleys and with no prescription in them. That just can't happen. So
how long have you been wearing them?
I started wearing them before the 2020 season. So not this past year, or not this last year, but the year before. I got them right after Christmas break that year. So I started wearing them early spring. And I think it was mostly just because, like, I can see, like, well, I don't have bad vision or anything like that. But, like, in the box, I started to lose the ability to, like, see spin. And so then I was just going kind of off of ball flight. And it was working. Like, I was hitting fine. It was just, like, I needed something to, like, be able to see spin again. And so I got those, and they've been great ever since I got those. So the first year I had a different prescription. Make that play. Nice, Drew.
And there's a nice little one-hop play by Drew Cowley. Goes the force and the short way over to second. And that will end the inning. But how's about we keep Jake for another half inning
good.
where he's
I'm
definitely we have some more questions to ask him. So folks, make sure to stay tuned for the next half of the inning. We will continue to have Jake McMurray with us as we'll go ahead and step aside here from OC Great Park as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. The Orange County Riptide able to get a one-out single, but it was the Saints that was able to get out of the problems. As we go to the top of the 7th inning, we still have Jake McMurray with us here in the press box, as we'll have Marsh, Bradshaw, and Elliott in that order. As Jake, the one question I did want to ask you was, what have been your thoughts here of SoCal? I mean, have you been liking it, or have you been homesick, or what have been your thoughts so far?
No, I love Southern California. It's been great so far. Yeah, obviously a little bit better weather than back in Tulsa. Has been, well, my mom actually said it's been raining for like 2 weeks straight back home. But, no, it's been great. You know, I've just been getting settled in and living with the guys in the apartments. That's been awesome.
Able to go out?
Having a good time.
Yeah,
just, well, I mean, we usually get back so late from the field, I don't really do much. I just kind of come home and hang out, get some food, but it's been a really fun experience so far, and, you know, really glad I was able to make it out.
Have you played summer ball anywhere else before, or is this your first experience with summer ball right now in Southern California?
No, I played after my freshman year in the summer of 19. I played up in NorCal. I lived in Oakland for a summer and played for the San Francisco Seals.
So what would you say is better, NorCal or SoCal? Because that is definitely an argument, a debate that goes on here in SoCal and NorCal.
I would say I've enjoyed my time more in Southern California, but I think that's mainly just because of the organization of this organization rather than the organization I was in. But no, I don't really have an opinion on NorCal or SoCal. I like Oklahoma.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
The Southwest.
I respect the answer.
I like Tulsa, Oklahoma. Better than all of them.
Yeah, and sometimes that's just how it is. You got to just find your fit, no matter where it is. Usually that always makes the player a lot happier. How has it been learning from your coaches? You know, you talk a lot with Aaron Milam and Connor Spencer a lot, I'm sure. How has it been, you know, hearing from a new opinion about your swing, about your mechanics, and how has that helped you throughout this summer?
No, I think it's helped me a lot. You know, it's obviously as players you want to get as much, as many opinions and as much information as you can to try and better yourself. And you know, I think all the coaches that we have here, good piece right there.
And there's a ground ball right up the middle for a one-out single for Blake Marsh, and he's able to get the single off the new arm, Jake Dieterman, who comes in and trying to hold on to this 2-run lead for the Orange County Riptide.
But you were talking about how your opinions are. It's great to kind of be a student of the game and whatnot. And go ahead, keep elaborating upon it.
No, yeah, I was saying, you know, it's good to get as many opinions as you can. You know, just kind of, I try to listen to them all and try out different things from everybody, and you know, kind of try out everything and then apply what works and throw out what doesn't or what doesn't seem comfortable. But no, I think it's been good, and you know, you can even take that one step further and say, well, you know, we got a lot of good baseball players on this team. I can even talk to some of my teammates about hitting, or you can take things from a guy that you like, or watch one of your teammates and see how he swings, or a guy from the other team, and all that stuff. So you're always just trying to gain information, try to get better.
What is one piece of advice that the coaching staff has given you with, and it just hit you like, wow, that's amazing advice. I could really take that with me throughout when I play baseball?
I think what I was talking about earlier, kind of in the beginning of the summer, I think I was just getting a little too antsy, you know, speeding the game up in the box and, you know, a little bit too much on my toes. I think, you know, Coach Milam pulled me aside. He said, look, you just need to slow the game down and, you know, just relax, try to be on time, and just you know, because you're pressing right now and you need to just relax. Oh, that was too close over there.
Yeah, probably should have slid over there on the pickoff.
Got to dirty up the jerseys, right?
No, but I think, you know, sometimes the game can get going a certain way for you, and you allow it to speed up. And I think, you know, Milam pulled me aside earlier in the summer and just said, slow it down. You know, don't try to do too much. Just And so I've just been trying to apply that since then, and it's been helping. So.
Well, it's definitely been working. We were just talking about it. You currently riding a 6-game hit streak, got 11 hits across those 6 games right now. You've been seeing the ball very well, and it's kind of hard to get you out of the lineup, and we didn't know when we were going to be able to get you an interview here because you're always playing now with it, but really excited to have you on, really cool, and as you can see right here, Cooper Elliott.
I'm having a good time up in the press box.
Well, you knew we would up here. Come on.
No,
I mean,
no, absolutely.
You and me up here together. What
Electric
is it?
factory up here.
Yeah, it's like peanut butter and jelly.
Absolutely. We need to get back home. We need to get elevated up here. You know.
Oh
we
yeah.
Need to have like
we need a press box
yeah, we
like
need a press
this, an
box.
awning.
Not even a press box. We just need like a homemade
higher
tower
angle, right?
that Tommy can sit on.
And there's a lazy line drive that makes its way over to center field. Bradshaw able to make its way over to second. Good piece of hitting there for Cooper Elliott. And we had Jonas Sebring here on the player interview, and he actually came in and did some play-by-play. Surprisingly, he came in and he just took the mic away from us and started broadcasting away himself.
I think that kind of sounds like Jonah, right? That kind of sounds like something he would do.
I'm not going to be the guy to come up here and take your guys' jobs.
Well,
Okay?
if you were, I was going to come take your bat
I'm not
going to
be
that's
the guy.
What we were gonna do.
No, that's fine.
Right.
Now, the next time Jonah comes up to bat, I think Tommy should go down there.
Take a couple hacks.
Yeah, grab a 33 and get after it in the box.
Oh yeah, drop 3 on it.
I want
right
to see
there.
that.
Yeah.
Get the hips behind
But
it.
I'm-
I played.
I'm not going to be the guy that comes up here and steals your guys' thunder because you invited me up here. You guys are nice. I didn't want to do that to you.
Appreciate
but
it.
next time I play, Tommy, maybe you can play first base.
I used to play first
And
base.
then
But sixth
I can
grade,
come.
We'll
just switch.
I was
You can
the
wear my
guy.
jersey. You can wear my jersey. I'll wear your polo up here.
Okay.
You can be number 2 for the day.
Yeah.
I'll be Thomas Wirtz in the press box.
Oh wow.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah,
And you're
I
saying
think-
Thomas. It's not Tommy.
No,
It's
it
Thomas.
gets serious.
That's serious.
It's
No,
business
we're full
when I
name.
get to the field. That's
full
what it
name
is.
I like
Yeah.
it. I like it. I'm going to have to refer you as Thomas Warts the next time we work
Yeah.
together then.
Yeah,
Right,
no,
yeah.
absolutely.
Well, that's usually what my mom calls me, but if you guys want to too, it's
No,
all
that's
right.
I'm all in. I'm all in on that.
As Drew Cowley's stepping in here, it's a
This-
2-1 count right now.
CPP baby, stand up. Drew Cali rakes.
He does. Cal Poly Pomona, the D2 product doesn't matter. Facing all these D1 guys,
Go
and
Broncos, baby.
he is just
He is a
been
man
on
on
a
a mission.
tear
He is a
lately.
man on a mission.
And a great guy to have on the team too. Always seems to be hanging out, just
Absolutely.
vibing with everyone. You know,
Absolutely.
he's a veteran Saint right now. Been here like 3 years, right?
3 years strong. Drew Cali.
Yeah, he's the old guy
he's
in
a
the
Saints,
clubhouse.
He's a Saints legend.
He's
There
got to
he
be
is,
up
right
there.
there.
And that one is
Game
stroked
rewards
over to
it.
shallow center field. And they're going to put the stop sign on the
Station.
lead runner. And that will have the bases loaded, setting up the stage now for Josh Cowden.
All right, now I'm going to say his nickname. Please tell me you guys are still using it. What is it? Who's coming up right now? Josh Cowden,
The milkman.
the Milkman. Okay.
I just call him my favorite Mormon. But that's just what I call him.
Yeah.
I don't really think he likes the milkman nickname.
I think he only likes it if I say it.
Yeah, but I will say, being a roommate of his, we do go through a lot of milk.
Because of him?
Not just because of him, big 33 down there in the bullpen.
Oh,
Tanner Lindley.
He can tear down.
Yeah,
some
definitely,
dairy, let me tell you that.
Like a gallon, like every couple days
Oh,
from
no.
him.
I have witnessed him because me and T-Lens live together at school.
Oh, okay.
And so I have witnessed him Uber Eats, Texas Roadhouse, like a 16-ounce steak, and I have witnessed him eat the entire meal that he has and drink the entire gallon of milk in one sitting.
Wow,
I've witnessed
that's
it.
insane.
I've witnessed it before, and I'm pretty sure it's happened on multiple occasions.
Oh, that just makes me like nauseous
And
thinking about it.
he doesn't even get affected by it. So him, Tanner and Josh, definitely two of the most avid milk drinkers I've ever seen.
Yeah, you know what? And maybe they should try out Wisconsin. They got a lot of dairy product out there. They
Absolutely.
would love it. Oh, they would love it. As Cowden's going to come up now. 0-1 the count. With the bases juiced, only one down. Big part here for the Saints to try to get back into this ball game. Go ahead run on first base, and
This is a big at-bat in this ballgame.
Second time we've had the bases juice now for the Saints.
This is a big at-bat.
Corners are playing in here for the Saints, and you can really tell that Josh Cowden is trying to put the ball in play and trying to get something at least up in the air. And you can see outfield not playing very deep on Josh Cowden.
That's their mistake, too. Guy can hit the ball a ton, especially if he gets behind it. When are you planning to go yard the first time this year, McMurray? You smacked the ball pretty hard. Maybe
I thought I got one the other night.
Well,
but, we're
that's
playing
at our field,
at
though.
home, and that place is a graveyard. You can't get anything out of there. Your best chance is center or right. That's
As
got a
that one
chance.
is
Get
popped
down ball.
up to deep
Get down
left
ball.
center field. This one's going to go a long way. Gets all the way to the warning track. One runner comes in to score. Another runner comes in to score. And just like that, we've got a tied ball game, folks. 3-3 in the top of the 7th inning. It is a 2 RBI double hit by Josh Cowden.
Big rip right there for Cowden. McMurray showing him some love, giving him
Love that.
giving them the hands.
Love that.
Clapping it up for him.
Cougar Nation, baby.
Big hit.
Cougar
Big
Nation.
hit right now for Josh Cowden. And now Brandon Boning's going to come up after Cowden ties it up with the double. Boning has a chance to give them the lead with 2 runners in scoring position. And Biederman came in at the beginning of the inning and has struggled a little bit.
That one is fouled off by Brandon Boning. The count 0-1. And Boning has been struggling 0 for 3 this evening. But who has been your guy that you have really been vibing with? A guy that has just been like, if you're not 100%, feeling it, but then there's a guy that just gets your energy up, that gets you pumped up every time you come to the ballpark.
Maybe other than T-Lins, too. Not a guy that you've been rooming
No,
with.
I won't pick him.
Right.
I won't pick him. No.
New
Hey,
guy.
Sometimes he gets on my nerves. Sometimes
But he's like the lovable goofball on the team. T-Lin's a good guy.
You can't go wrong with T-Lins. But, sometimes I have to distance myself from him because it's just not a good situation for anybody.
Fair enough.
I would say probably that man on third base, Drew Cowley. Go Broncos.
And
Did he
Boning
get
gets
deep enough?
under
I
this
think
one.
it's enough.
Fly ball over to
Should be
left
enough.
field. Cowley will be tagging the toss. It's going to be cut off, and here comes the go-ahead run to score 4-3 in favor of your Arroyo Seco Saints.
And it's your guy Drew Cowley
Yeah.
with the run scored there after Boning gets the sack fly. And looks like they're going to have – oh, no, they're just delivering some balls out there, nothing
big.
else.
Good swing from Bone right there. Good swing.
And that's a guy who's been a wizard defensively, and his
yeah.
bat's now starting to come back
He's
through
heating
here.
up. He's heating up.
He's taking your spot, the 5 spot today, and sack fly there to give you the lead. 3 runs now in the top of the 7th.
Great situational hitting right there from Bone.
So the first pitch to Jag Burden.
Yeah, no, I'd say either Drew or I don't know. I like to hang out with Cody and Riley, the coaches.
The coaches.
Yeah. I hang out with them.
Cody and Riley, yeah, they're fun. They're
Cody's
fun.
fun.
I get to work with them a little bit as
Cody's
I work
funny,
on the field.
Riley's funny.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd say either Drew, Cody, Riley, or see, this is a tough one. I like to do 2 choices for everybody, so I'm not leaving anybody out.
Fair enough.
But I
Gotta
can't.
keep everyone
yeah,
happy.
no. See, but you took 2 or 3 of my choices away because you said T-Lins. You can't say him. But then I also don't want to say Josh or Merrick because I live with them too.
Well, I think that's a good enough answer.
No,
I mean,
it's not. No, it's not. It's not good enough.
Is
I need
it
another one.
cheating if you take your
No.
roommates?
I think it's cheating. That's the easy way out.
Fair enough.
I
Yeah.
would say probably
Putting you in the hot seat right now.
Cooper Elliott or Fino. One of those.
Oh, Fino's a fun guy.
Fino is a vibes guy.
Yeah,
you
big
know?
vibes.
I've
big
never-
vibes.
I don't even think Fino's ever been upset at
Never.
anything in his
Really?
life. No.
Wow.
No, whenever
He's
you see him
big-
come on
big-
the mound,
big
calm,
smile
cool,
guy.
and collected too.
And
always.
plus when he's on the mound, I just look at him and I see that hair, it makes me laugh. So that's another reason.
We need to get a promo going on
Yeah.
where we sell hats with Fino hair on the
Fino, now that we know the name, image, and likeness thing, Fino needs to get himself a deal with Head and Shoulders or something.
back. Oh,
Yeah,
definitely.
that
Can
would-
no,
that
no.
would
Can
be
you
great.
imagine Fino on a commercial with Troy Polamalu?
Oh,
I can already see
wow.
it.
Head and
already
Shoulders?
see it. Already see it.
Whose hair is better?
Yeah, no.
Palamalu's or
If he doesn't reach out to Head and Shoulders, I will.
For
do it.
him,
I'll
right?
do
Gotta
it for
do
him.
it for
Yeah,
him.
I'll do it for him.
and a very
'Cause
close take there by Jag Burden. Fill up the count, 3-2.
And that is interesting. You bring up that name, image, and likeness. And now, as we know, college athletes are able to profit and benefit off of their name, image, and likeness. Have you made any moves over the last couple days as it's been going on, or anything? Anything
No.
feeling out?
Oh, no way.
And Jag Burden goes down
That's
on
so
his
out.
strikes. And that was a pitch on the outside edge of the plate. But the damage is done for the Saints. 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. It is now 4-3 in favor of the Arroyo Seco Saints. And we had Jake.
We'll keep him on for this answer right here, and then you can get it down as we'll fade it out. You got anything? What's next for Jake McMurray in the future? Anything going on? or-
Well, I got 2 more years left at Oral Roberts. I don't know. I don't really have anything
Just hanging
planned,
out
you
for
know?
now.
I don't really have anything planned. I don't really have I mean, I guess baseball is the plan. I don't really have a B plan, you know? Because I don't really think that it won't work out, you know?
Fair enough.
But that's just
Confidence.
the mindset that I have, you know? But I would say, you know, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I got to finish out these 2 more years at Oral Roberts, and then we'll see what happens after that. But
Well, it's working so far. You're having a great summer. It's been a lot of fun having you up here the last 2 halves of an inning.
mm-hmm.
And keep doing what you're doing out there, because you're making broadcasting a lot more fun when you come up to the plate, and I'm sure the people watching you really enjoy you tear up the baseball too.
Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. That was Jake McMurray, and we'll be right back as the Saints will head to the bottom of the 7th inning.
The Arroyo Seco Saints able to recapture the lead here in this one. They'll have 1 run of a cushion of a lead as they turn to Chris Stamos to hang on to this 1-run lead. He has 6 2/3 innings of work with 8 base hits allowed, 4 earned runs, 6 Ks on 2 walks with a flat 5 ERA.
And back to the top of the order. Now for the Riptide, giving up the lead. Saints coming back, taking the lead in the top of the inning. And Stamos, UC Berkeley products, going to start off Booker with strike 1 to start the bottom of the 7th.
Oh, 1, bounce in the dirt. Count evened up at 1-1 now. As Chris Stamos, 6'4", frame on the bump, the freshman, weighing in at 205 pounds. Last relief appearance came against San Luis Obispo, an inning and 2/3 of work. And definitely one worth highlighting as he gets that one by Booker. The count 1-2. Came in not allowing a hit or an earned run or a walk, and definitely had the most Ks in a relief appearance with 4.
He had a very good outing last time out. That 5 ERA is a little deceiving. Had one rough start in there. Actually against the Riptide last time. Gave up 3 runs against them. Other than that, has been pretty solid for the Saints. Another guy that's been very reliable in the bullpen, and one of the other southpaws as well that they can go to. Not so many for the Saints we always bring up.
And the 2-2, he does go around, and just like that, it is a strikeout there for Chris Stamos.
Excellent way to start it off. Stamos, first batter, first strikeout. Was a drop third. Booker didn't even bother running over to first. Peyton Lewis fires it over just to make sure. And now Colton Freeman's going to take the right-handed side of the batter's box here against Stamos.
So Colton Freeman has been able to get on 2 of his 3 plate appearances. RBI single, a ground out to short, and a fielder's choice his last time up. Really has proven to be a true 2-hitter in this lineup, especially more in that first part through the order, as here's a little blooper going to foul territory as Marsh trying to track that one down along with Drew Cowley. And the man we were just talking about a little while ago, Fino Amador, now warming up in the pen in case if Stamos runs into some issues.
Probably see him next inning as well. Fino likes to come in those late situations. It's a guy they like putting up when they have the lead, because a guy who can keep it real calm, cool, and collected when he needs to. Guy who's looks a little short on the mound, but definitely fires it in there and brings a little bit of a swagger, confidence with him on the mound that really gets the guys going behind him.
And you said the 3 C's, calm, cool, and collected. Those are all big keys, as this one is a can of corn over to shallow right field, but it will be Drew Cowley that'll come out to go get it.
Drew Cowley's first appearance at second base, making that one look easy. And this is the guy they got to worry about. Probably the reason Stamos getting the bump for the 7th inning. A little bit of lefty-lefty matchup for Jack Thomas Wold, who's already got a homer in the game. Rocking the no batting gloves. He comes up, he means business. 2 down here, and Stamos' first pitch to him.
And the first pitch is a bouncer going to Cowley, and he comes up with 2 of the 3 outs here in this inning. So they put away the first 3 hitters in the lineup as we go to the top of the 8th inning here in Orange County Gray Park, 4-3 in favor of your Arroyo Seco Saints, as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. So Chris Stamos comes out and does his job as we go now to the bottom of the 8th. Alex Naveja with you guys. Alongside of me is Tommy Warts. And so far, some late heroics here for the Arroyo Seco Saints. As we hear in the top of the 8th, as we have Jonas Sebring, Peyton Lewis, and Blake Marsh in that order. And we do have a new arm, and it is Efrain Cervantes who comes out on the bump. 6'1", weighing in at 180 pounds from Tucson, Arizona.
Yeah, Cervantes, usually a infielder, getting a pitching appearance. A little bit of two-way action. And he'll have the 8th inning after surrendering the lead in the top of the 7th was Biederman. And now Sebring is leading off the 8th to try to add to that for the Saints.
As the 1-1, and that's a shot to right center field. This one's still going, and that makes its way all the way to the center field wall. Sebring rounding second, he's going to third, and he's going to have himself a leadoff triple.
Solid piece of hitting there from Sebring right there. He knew he was going to jack that one over his head. Just over the arms of Kyle Booker in center field. Sebring was thinking 3 all the way. He didn't even look over at Coach Connor Spencer at third. He knew he was going to book it over there, and sure enough, a leadoff triple for Peyton Lewis now at the plate. Should be an opportunity for the Saints.
So just like that, the insurance run now on a third is Peyton Lewis having an opportunity. The infield is playing in on a Peyton Lewis. And Lewis, his last time up, was retired on a fly out over to left. Would definitely love to get another fly out to the outfield. He does have a good base runner in Jonas Sebring, and he was able to leg out that triple.
Yeah, and infield's playing in a little bit on him now. Want to protect the runs. And Sebring is fast. Anything semi-deep over in the outfield should score him on a sac fly. And Peyton Lewis, if he can replicate his last at-bat, we're flying out to left field, he should get an RBI here.
And I'll even say if Lewis even hits a slow roller to the infield, I will even say Sebring might even go for it as Lewis gets under it. Not deep enough as it is. In shallow left field, Sebring's coming in to score in a defensive miscue. It's a 5-3 Seco lead.
Yeah, and I don't know if Simmons ever saw it in left field. You saw him gesturing at Diaz. I don't got it. I don't got it. I don't know where it is. And Diaz as well thought he couldn't make that play. It's going to get ruled a single for Peyton Lewis. Drops it in there between short and left field, and he's got an RBI and a little bit of insurance run here in the 8th.
That's a line drive in the book, most definitely. And a huge leadoff triple for Sebring. Lewis with that RBI blooped single over to left, and it's one of those plays that it looks very easy, but it is maybe one of the most difficult plays when it's a blooper in between the infield and the outfield. The infielders have to make sure that the communication is at an all-time high, as Blake Marsh having to deal with a 2-strike count here in the top of the 8th.
This is a guy they want to get going right here. He was their everyday first baseman at the start of the season. After our 6th inning interview, Jake McMurray showed up. He started taking a little more time. And it's been hard to take his bat out of the lineup. So when Marsh gets his opportunities, you know he wants to capitalize on them. A guy who's coming all the times early, working on his tee drills in the cages and throwing a pitching machine. He really wants to get better out there. He wants to earn some more playing time as well.
And moving closer into the playoff time as Marsh goes down on strikes there. It's definitely going to be something that Coach Milam, he's going to have to make a decision moving forward as far as who is going to be his everyday first baseman and any of the other positions really, because Coach Milam wants to win it after so close to tasting a championship in 2019. He is definitely not trying to play around. At the same time, he wants to win a championship just as much as these guys do. I know that he's trying to get everybody their playing time, and that's something that Coach Milam does very well. Allows everybody to get their at-bats, make sure everybody gets their playing time, but there's still business that needs to be done. As the one hitter, Connor Bradshaw, dealing with a 2-strike count, we're seeing a much different Cervantes now on the mound, starting to pound the strike zone a little more after that earned run that he permitted. So put Marsh away very quickly on strikes, trying to do the same thing with Bradshaw. Is this a stroke to short? Diaz unable to play it and consider it a single.
Yeah, hard hit ball right over there. That's going to be a hard play for Diaz no matter what. Bradshaw's got his second hit of the day and his 4th time on base now with 2 walks, 2 singles. Seeing the ball very well tonight. And even more chance for insurance comes Cooper Elliott with 2 runners on and only 1 down in the top of the 8th.
So this inning could continuously be more dangerous for the Riptide, or they can just be 1 pitch away from getting themselves out of the jam. So 1 ball and no strikes to Cooper Elliott, 5-3. It's been 4 runs scored within the last 2 innings. The Saints coming in with some late heroics here in this ball game.
Yeah, and better late than never, right, Alex? The bats are starting to wake up. You remember just a couple innings ago, they were stuck at that 1 hit mark, and now they're up to 9 in the game as a total right now, and out hitting the Riptide, and they're limiting their mistakes and not striking out a lot as well either, getting the bat on the ball and making the defense make plays.
It was 3 straight innings of no-hit baseball there for the Orange County Riptide. It wasn't until the top of the 6th inning where Jonas Sebring was able to put a stop to that, and his bat woke up in the right moment. In the 6th inning, was able to get that single, then getting this inning going. And Jonas Sebring also starting to find himself here in this club. And there's a nice slap the other way. It's Tuesday, and it's Apo Taco as he drives that one the other way.
Very nice piece of hitting by Elliott to ride that outside corner, which Cervantes has liked. He's been getting the calls from the umpire. Why not keep going to the outside corner? Elliott recognizing it with the last AB, slapping it in between third and short. And now, station to station, we got runners juiced again. Bases loaded for one of the hottest hitters for the Saints, Drew Cowley.
So bases occupied by Saints, and it's a 3-slot. Drew Cowley stepping in a big moment. Middle infielders playing double play depth. Corner infielders playing a little closer into the grass.
And a really big opportunity and chance for the Cal Poly Pomona Bronco. Drew Cowley, guy who's been on a tear the last couple of weeks. And as we said, he was rocking in this game. 4 straight games with multiple hits. He's got 1 today. And if he wants to keep that streak going, this might be the last opportunity he has at that.
Drew Cowley coming into this at-bat with 7 RBIs, Already has a 2 RBI double his last time up. Lewis at third, Bradshaw at second, Elliott at first. Nowhere to put Drew Cowley. Cervantes trying to put a stop and just keep it to a 1-run score here in this inning.
Yeah, and what a situation for Cervantes. Has to pitch to Drew Cowley. I wouldn't want to be him on the bump either right now. 3-1 to Cowley, and this is a green light opportunity for him.
Cervantes set, kicks, and fires a 3-1, and that's a line drive dropping into center for a hit. One run will come in to score. They're waving in another one. Here comes Bradshaw in to score, and the tag is not in time, so I'll make it a 3-spot now here for the Arroyo Seco Saints.
Yeah, and a beautiful piece of hitting again. Connor Bradshaw not getting down on that one, just deciding I'm going to run it out. Close play at the plate, but Drew Cowley with the single up the middle gets him 2 RBIs, and it looks like they're going to go to the bullpen for the Riptide.
And it looks like that's most likely going to be an end for Cervantes. Yes, it is. The head coach coming in with the hook, and they're coming in with the pitching change as your Arroyo Seco Saints continuously adding more runs on the board and trying to go 3-1 against the Riptide. As you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. We'll bring you back to the action in the top of the 8th inning. Already 3 runs scored by the Arroyo Seco Saints as they turn to Hunter Ash from Cal Poly Pomona. The righty 6'3" frame weighing in at 210 pounds from Laguna Niguel, California. We'll have a tough task and face off against Josh Cowden, who leads the team in RBI with 13. The only Saint double figures in RBI.
Yeah, he's got 2 of them already today, and RBI double his last time up. Also walked a couple times today. He's having a pretty nice day at the plate for the on-base percentage.
And heads up, hitting that one late, and that one ends up in the dugout for the Riptide. Very late on the fastball there. Now got to fight with 2 strikes in his count.
And Cowden has looked very disciplined, smart at the plate, not chasing a lot of pitches so far. Got to maintain that with the 0-2 count. I'm sure Ash tried to throw away a couple of pitches, as that one was a high fastball, wanting Cowden to chase there. But Cowden, very disciplined. As we've seen today, already the 2 walks. Does it a lot throughout the season. But you know he wants another RBI with a runner in scoring position and another one at first base.
1 ball, 2 strikes, no outs, or 1 out. Here in the top of the 8th, 7-3. Josh Cowden at the plate. The count 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's been 3 in the last inning and 3 here in the 8th that have given the Saints the upper hand here in this ball game. It was the Riptide with once upon a time a 1-run lead, then able to go up with a 2-run lead. As the 2-2 pitch, and Cowden battling back.
Yeah, and these late bats for the Saints have been the story right now. It was not looking great throughout the game. Couldn't get anything to fall, but they weren't striking out a lot. So you knew they were on the ball. They were just trying to find somewhere. And if they kept making contact, the ball would fall in their favor at some point. And these last 2 innings with 3 in the 7th and 3 in the 8th.
And there's a double steal going on right there for the Saints. Perfectly executed there. Cowden able to resist on swinging a pitch in the dirt. It's just excellent execution. These Saints continuously just making things happen on the base path.
And now that hopefully takes away the double play here as well, too. A ground ball now might score another run for you as opposed to get you out of the inning. And they got another arm warming up there in the bullpen, too. Looks like Dominic Dorado for the Saints.
So 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 gone. Runners in scoring position. Here comes the pitch. Cowden strikes one a deep way over to right field. And you could say goodbye to that one. Josh Cowden coming in with a huge swing and more with the dagger. 10-3 now in favor of your Arroyo Seco Saints. Josh Cowden delivering in a huge way.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you can see the mountains in the background because I think Cowden might have hit that one over there in right field. Absolute moonshot, his second one of the year now, and the Saints are just pouring it on in the later innings now. It's been 9 unanswered runs. At once down 3-1 in this game, now up 10-3, and Josh Cowden has a 5 RBI day to account for it as well now, too.
And what an inning it has been. And not to mention the previous inning as well for the Saints, putting up a 3 spot. Then now in this one, a 5 spot currently going on. And still, this one is not over. And going back to that home run by Josh Cowden, you're talking about the mountains. Don't think the ball has landed yet.
No, he sent that one out there. He's trying to send that one back home to Utah, I think, over there. That's that direction, right?
Well, everybody in Utah, you guys will be expecting a baseball landing your way. If you see one just drop out of nowhere, you guys will know where it came from.
Return to Cowden residence.
Definitely has a shipping label on the baseball as Brandon Boning at the plate, trailing the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Josh Cowden with his second one on the year. And in total, the Saints with 9 home runs as a team.
And not a team that shows off a lot of power, but they have it when they need it. And Josh Cowden, a guy with one of the only other, I think the only other guy with 2 or more is Connor Bradshaw, has 3 of them on the year. And those have all come as a leadoff hitter as well, the leadoff home runs. And a big spot there for Josh Cowden to add on more runs.
As Boning swings and misses through the 2-2, and down he goes on strikes. And so far, the 2 outs have been recorded on the K's. And if you recall, it was Efrain Cervantes who originally started this inning, who got the first out with the K, and now Hunter Ash coming in with another K, going with just a third of an inning of work. And here is Jag Burden with an opportunity to keep this inning going. And I'll tell you one thing, Tommy, if Burden gets on, guess who's on deck? Jonas Sebring. So Sebring originally started this inning, and the Saints would be looking for a bat around.
Yeah, 9th batter up this inning. And the Saints, we know they've had phenomenal pitching all year. It's the bats that have been the problem sometimes. They've had these games where they can't get them going all the way through. Even today, they did start them up late. They had one hit up until the 6th inning. And now they're able to display that hitting is contagious. When one person gets on and kind of gets a rhythm going, the rest of the team likes to follow, and they're looking to bat around here in the 8th inning.
And that contagious all started off with Jonas Sebring, who came in with the lead-off triple. Then you left it up to Peyton Lewis, who came in with a bloop single. But you can definitely tip a cap to the defense for really helping you out for that RBI single if you're Peyton Lewis. The defense just not in the same page there. As the count goes 2 balls and 1 strike now to Jag Burden.
And kudos to Lewis for putting it in that spot. It's no man's land, more said. And it is a hard play out there for Diaz and Simmons to discuss. And Burden's going to work this one now to a full count. And we'll see if the Saints are able to, in fact, bat around and get Sebring a second at-bat.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the top of the 8th inning, 10-3. Arroyo Seco Saints have scored a total of 9 runs in the last 2 innings. Kicks, fires a 3-2. It's a wild miss upstairs, and it's a 2-out passport given to Jag Burden. And what do you know? It's Jonas Sebring getting another opportunity to swing the bat.
And a leadoff triple to start this inning. It's come across 6 runs later, and he finds himself up again. After a trio of singles from Bradshaw, Elliott, and Cowley, and then the home run by Josh Cowden, seen a lot of damage done in this inning, and Sebring looks to continue that.
Definitely has been one of the biggest breakout innings for the Saints this year. And this is the second time that they scored double figures against the Orange County Riptide. The first time these two ball clubs played against each other, it was a 14-4 final. We talked about it early on in the broadcast on just how well of a scoring team the Saints are. This is a team that pitching-wise always expect that to show up in a nightly basis. And offensively, that's something that always expect runs to be scored, always going to keep their pitchers in the game. We haven't really seen a game from the Saints ever be blown out like this, like how the Orange County Riptide are. Every time we see the Saints play baseball, they're always in every game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been because of their pitching, as we saw. Creighton Hansen got into a little bit of trouble, gave up 3 runs through his 3 innings of work, and the relief appearances of Kyle Sonduk, Chris Stamos as well, they've just shut it down right here. And the Riptide have had nothing happen since then. And now they've doubled them up on their hit totals. They're going to move station to station on that pass ball. Burden's at second base now. And they've just been patient at the plate. These guys, as I said, they're watching these pitches come by. They're not swinging out of the zone. They're not chasing these pitches. They're waiting for their strikes to come by and taking the ball to all fields, all over the place. Everybody getting involved today as well, too.
And you're talking about that this team doesn't strike out a whole lot tonight. They have struck out 8 times. And I know 8 does sound like a lot, but if you really think about it, think of how many at-bats that the Saints have had tonight. How many times have the Saints put the ball in play and have made every at-bat worth it?
And a lot less than their 13. They were having 14 the other night as well, too. It's definitely a sigh of relief for Aaron Milam, knowing that getting to practice earlier and working out the pitching machines that they've newly added now as well, too, has definitely helped the Saints. As Sebring, the 10th man up, his second at-bat, and he's going to draw a walk this time.
So they just continue to keep the carousel rolling here in this inning. In the top of the 8th, it'll be Peyton Lewis stepping up to the plate. There's 2 gone in the top of the 8th. 10-3, Arroyo Seco Saints. Now at this point, the Saints really just trying to make this inning last as much as possible. They're just trying to have as much fun as they can right now.
And these at-bats still count for stats. They don't want to get out either. You understand that it's 7-run deficit now here late in the game. Or actually a 7-run lead, obviously. A 7-run difference, should have said. But these guys want to produce. You know, these stats will count, and these guys care about their stats going into the summer.
And this win will definitely be a huge, huge game for the Saints. I mean, you start off the week scoring 10 runs here in this ball game. You have a tough Academy Barons that you have to play against tomorrow back at home. You're going to play 2 at home before you go 2 back at home. But you have the Barons and Santa Barbara. Once again, they played against Santa Barbara last week, and that resulted in a very close nail-biting game. It wasn't really supposed to be a nail-biting game. It was Daniel Richardson that struggled in the top of the 9th inning and giving life to the Santa Barbara Foresters in the final moments of that game. But it was Fino Amador that had to come in and really shut down the Santa Barbara offense. But now the Foresters, they're coming back. They definitely want a piece of the Saints, and this is not going to be an easy week for the Saints, if you ask me. To play the Barons and Santa Barbara this week, you got them 4 times.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were talking about at the beginning of the broadcast how this is a very competitive South Division, and anybody can really beat anybody here in the CCL. And the Saints coming out and sending 10 runs in their opening game of the week, really setting a message, showing them that they can get after these guys, and they really like Great Park.
As Peyton Lewis swings and misses through it, and it'll be the relievers for OC striking out the side here, the Arroyo Seco Saints. A combination of Cervantes and Hunter Ash putting away the Saints on via the K. But it's 6 runs, 6 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. 10-3 in favor of your Arroyo Seco Saints as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Bottom of the 8th inning we go here in OC, Great Park in Irvine. Alex Naveca with you all. Alongside me is Tommy Wards as there's a leaping grab by Jag Burden. He ends up dropping it in the final moments. Looks like it was in his glove, then just managed to roll out there in the final moments.
And that ball was shot by Bigiani right there. Hard play out there by Jag Burden. Did all he could, jumping up, leaping for it, but Unfortunately, unable to come down with it. That's one of those that maybe would be a little bit of an easier play had he be right-handed right over there. Had to come across the body with how the angle was rather than reaching out with the left hand. But hard hit ball by Bigiani. You would hate to take that away from him as a hit. He's going to have a leadoff double in the bottom of the 8th.
And you could tell that the Riptide are refusing to go down easily here in this one, as it's still Chris Stamos, the southpaw, on the bump, facing off against Terrence Simmons. The 1-0, catching the inner half for a called strike.
And Stamos hasn't gotten out there in a minute after a big inning. 6 runs in the top of the 8th. Gonna watch him, make sure he's doing all right. A lot of rest in between last innings. Couple pitching changes as well. And he's down 2-1 to Simmons.
It was 3 runs scored in the 7th and 6 runs scored in the 8th. And so far, those last 2 innings, the difference maker in the ball game, as Stamos able to locate that one nicely. 2-2 the count.
Game was moving pretty quick. I was afraid we were going to get out of here before that 3-hour mark, but now with all those runs and the onslaught that the Saints put on in the last 2 innings, catching up right there, 8:46 Pacific Standard Time. And there's going to be a meeting between Lewis and Stamos to make sure that everyone's on the same page for the full count pitch.
Eric Bigiani got the inning going with a line drive over the head of Jack Burden. He looked like he had a play on it, but wasn't able to hang on to it. So now it's 3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Terrence Simmons against Chris Stamos as he takes 2 looks over at second. Kicks and fires a 3-2, and it's a high chopper. Boning's got to come after it. Throws on the run to record the out.
Yeah, and that will move Bigiani over another 90 feet to third base. Nice play by Boning, a chopper by Simmons. Got to charge in on that. Only play is first, and that's going to be our first out of the bottom of the 8th.
So 1 gone, runner at third, and here comes Emilio Rosas. Next game for Orange County will be tomorrow against Conejo Oaks, and final game in the homestand before they go on the road to play against San Luis Obispo. It'll be a 6 o'clock first pitch time for the Riptide.
That should be a good one, too. Conejo Oaks, very competitive team as well. Had some good battles with them so far as the Saints broadcasters, gotten able to see them play. They got a very nice stadium they play at, too, Sparky Anderson Field in Thousand Oaks. Another great scenery. See a lot of those in California. The baseball stadiums are surrounded by mountains out here. Always a fun time at the park.
Home of Cal Lutheran baseball over there in Sparky Anderson Field. And you mentioned it, Tommy, every game that the Saints have played against the Conejo Oaks, it has been 1 run of a difference, whether it's at Jackie Robinson Field or if it's been there at Sparky Anderson. It's both of these teams, they leave it out there on the field. They are not missing anything, as here's a fly ball deeply hit over to left center field, and that one's one hopping the wall as 1 run comes in to score, and Orange County trying to close down the gap 10-4.
Yeah, Rosas sure put a charge into that one. I think he thought that might have a chance to leave, but it's going to 1-hop the wall. Warning track, fielded by Burden, thrown in. And they're going to add a run in the bottom of the 8th for the Riptide. And that's going to be Rosas' first hit and first RBI of the night. And a guy who got a single his last at bat, Reed Spenrath, will now take the plate.
First pitch to Spenrath. He did go around that time. Count, no balls and 1 strike. And as for the Saints, they'll be back at home for the next 2. They'll host the Academy Barons, the first time that the Barons will be heading on over to Jackie Robinson Field. That is a 6:05 first pitch time. We'll definitely have the coverage for you guys here on the Saints Radio Network.
Only team they haven't beat yet in the CCL right now, too, the Academy Barons.
They have a team. They really have beaten the top competition here in the CCL. And I'm just saying, if the Saints are coming off of a 10-run ball game, I'm expecting it to be one heck of a baseball game tomorrow.
Definitely, definitely. Had to go out to Compton last time they played the Barons and just seemed to not get off on the right foot. They'll have a new opportunity tomorrow, and they get to play at home.
Breaking ball in the dirt. Lewis blocking it rather nicely. And how about the difference between Willis and Lewis here in this ball game? It really has been a difference. We saw a very unlike Bo Willis behind the plate. We're accustomed to seeing Willis to being a wall, but we've seen at least 3-4 pitches get by him as that one is turned on and a miss by Spenrath. The count is full.
And I'm sure it was just a freak accident today. We know Bo Willis will bounce back, a guy who's not lacked consistency at the beginning of the season, was a guy that you didn't want to take his bat out of the lineup at all. He was batting up near the top, 6-5 spots, run-producing roles. That one's going to be fouled off. But Bo Willis is, maybe just an off day. Get Peyton Lewis back out there and settle things down a little bit. Maybe it just wasn't the time to come back yet, and I'm sure he'll be in the lineup later this week, and he'll find that success again.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out to Reed Spenrath, and he ends up losing him in an at-bat that started in a check swing.
And Stamos finding himself in a little bit of trouble in the bottom of the 8th. They're going to leave him out there. And Adarian Williams, couple hits for him on the ball game already, and now ducks on the pond for him at second and first.
First pitch breaking ball, missing on the outer edge. 1-0 the count. So Darian Williams start off the day pretty well with an RBI single, then an infield single. It was a ground ball hit to Sebring, and Sebring handled it nicely. Just couldn't fire cleanly over to first. But Williams was still able to beat it out. We're finally able to put him away in his last time up at the plate as he put some great lumber on this one. Here's a deep fly ball over to right field, and that one's going to hit the right field wall. So another run will come in to score here for Orange County, and it's a 2 spot now for the Riptide.
Yeah, Darian Williams collecting his 3rd hit of the ball game and his 2nd RBI. And I would assume that that's going to result in a visit from at least the pitching coach. Here he comes, Josh Schmidt, coming out to talk to his southpaw. At a very quick and easy bottom of the 7th. After the Saints erupt for 6 runs in the top of the 8th. Got a little bit of a breather. You wonder if that argument rest over rust kind of comes into play here. Has given up 2 runs, only has 1 out and 2 more in scoring position now in the top of the 8th. And it's not quite over yet. Could get interesting still for the Riptide. 10-5 in the top or in the bottom of the 8th.
And the Riptide have split their deficit in half now. Fino Amador continues to warm up in the pen as Davis Diaz now steps up to the plate. Fastball in there for a called strike.
And right now, Stamos has to think about trading outs for runs should it come to it. Gets the ball on the ground, doesn't matter, just get the ball in the air. Continue to locate 0-2 on Diaz. It's important to throw strikes, get these guys out. You don't want to be walking, giving them free passes. Keep attacking the zone.
0-2, bounce in the dirt. Lewis able to do a good job keeping that one in front of him. And you can really tell that there's a lot of confidence here with the coaching staff for the Saints. Really trusting in Stamos in a situation like this after 2 earned runs here in this inning. As 2 runners are scoring position, and the defense, as you mentioned, Tommy, they would much rather trade the outs for runs. And here's a fly ball over to right field, definitely playable. Runner from third is tagging and coming in to score, and it's a solid throw by Cowden to keep the runner in second stationary, but it's a 10-6 lead.
Yeah, and a big inning for the Riptide, doubling their total now from 3 to 6 after the 8th inning. We've seen 9 runs in this inning between the two teams, 6 for the Saints, 3 for the Riptide. Now they're back to the top of the order here with Kyle Booker, who has a runner in scoring position and could make this a save situation should he knock him in next inning.
Getting Kyle Booker off balance there on that one. Stamos' breaking balls really has been having some bite here in this relief appearance, but has not been enough to get him out of this inning cleanly. As the 0-1, another swing and a miss by Booker.
Yeah, he's continuing to attack that curveball right there. Wonder what he'll go to next. Should he throw 3 of them in a row or go back to the fastball? See what other off speed he might have in the arsenal.
0-2, that's the one that puts Kyle Booker away, and another one bites the dust. But the damage is done. 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. 10-6. It's still a ball game, folks, here in OC Great Park as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. We're here in the top of the ninth inning in OC Great Park, 10-6. The Riptide definitely making it very interesting here in this one. As the hitter at the plate now is Blake Marsh facing off against the southpaw Austin Krisick, the sophomore from UNLV with 5'10" height, 190 pounds from Las Vegas.
Yeah, Krisick, another guy who doesn't typically pitch for the Riptide, trying out a bunch of these position players who might pitch a little bit for their team. Krisick previously played in all 3 games as an outfielder for the Riptide, and his first appearance on the pitcher's mound.
Able to even up the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes against Blake Marsh as the 2-2, and there's a slow roller going over to short. Diaz firing a strike to first. So they put away the leadoff hitter, and here is Connor Bradshaw. Last 4 plate appearances has made it well worth it. 2 base on balls, 2 singles, and 2 runs. And really has proven himself a worthy leadoff hitter. And as Tommy said early on in the broadcast, Bradshaw said he had never led off before with Pepperdine, but really has responded well to his new role with the team. And to start off the year, it was originally leadoff hitters like Jackson Cobb who would come up to lead off the ball game. But you've seen Coach Milam changing Cobb's role with the team and using him more as the secondary leadoff hitter in the 9th spot of the lineup, and gave Bradshaw that opportunity with his new role and really has responded very well to it. Has produced power numbers and has been a great leadoff hitter and getting himself on. Some of the things that you would define a new leadoff hitter nowadays. Back then, the leadoff hitter would be the guy to get on base and would score you the run. And Bradshaw still does that, but still has been swinging a strong bat as well and has really been seeing the baseball well.
Yeah, an excellent display of hitting so far this summer, especially this power stroke he's had. Has hit all of his home runs to center field at Jackie Robinson, so there is a little bit maybe of a home friendly, as that one's going to be close right there. They wanted the strike for the Riptide's bench, but you know, has had a little bit of home field advantage when he's swinging them. Of course, the shorter fence in center field and Jackie Robinson Field, 364 only, but he sent some shots near the top of the net, and I don't doubt that they'd be getting out in a lot of parks as well.
And it is very hard to hit the baseball out of Jackie Robinson Field. That's what Jake McMurray was talking about early on. It's definitely hard. You were asking him about, hey, when are we going to see a long ball out of you, Jake? But you described it very well. It is very tough to hit the baseball out of there. As the 3-2 pitch, Bradshaw already knew it as soon as that pitch crossed the plate, and it's a 1-out passport.
And how about that? 2 for 3 today, even though he's come to the plate 6 times. And that's his 3rd walk for Connor Bradshaw, and a very valuable part for the leadoff guy to get on base any way he can. And how about that? 3 walks. That'll keep the hitting coaches happy if he's doing that as well too.
And Connor Bradshaw came into this ball game tonight with a .488 on base percentage. He's very well above 500 now, and that's a great mark to be at as far as if you want to be good, be a good base runner, or be a good baseball player. Sitting at a 500 on base percentage is a good number to be at.
Yeah, I think they would take that if you're getting on base half the time. maybe even a little below that would be pretty successful. But out of this world right now is Connor Bradshaw, and Cooper Elliott's quickly ahead 3-0 to Krizik. And we'll see him take probably this pitch as well. That's fired in for a strike. But the Saints, after giving up 3 in the bottom of the 8th, might want to have a chance to score a couple extra runs to pad it on in the top of the 9th. Why wouldn't you?
As Elliott fouling off that pitch, having to shake off that left hand. Looked like a bit of an awkward swing there for Cooper Elliott. That's something that's very painful for sure.
Yeah, it just must be a stinger. You know, catch the wrong part of the bat, and it definitely does get to you if you hit the wrong spot and you swing hard enough.
And there goes Bradshaw. Ground ball over to third, sharply hit by Elliott. And he does his job moving Bradshaw to scoring position.
And a good call there on the hit and run. If not, we might have been looking at an inning-ending double play for the Riptide. But instead, it's going to be Drew Cowley with a runner on second base. That runner is Connor Bradshaw. And Drew Cowley, who has gotten a hit in his last 2 at-bats, finds himself sitting 2 for 5 today right now. Right around his 400 mark he came in with today.
So no balls, 1 strike to Drew Cowley. 4-run lead here for the Saints, 10-6. Still looking for some more runs. A total of 9 runs came across the plate in the previous inning. If you really want to do an inning and a half, a total of 12 runs have come across the plate. As the 0-2, and here's a deep drive over to right center field. This one's going a long way, and that one bounces off of the wall. Thought that one went over as Bradshaw comes in to score.
And Cowley, that might be the hardest rip double of the season you're going to see. I was holding my arm up. I thought for sure that one was leaving the yard. Little bit too far to center field. It's going to take an awkward bounce off the bottom of the fence and stay in the yard. But Drew Cowley will be happy with an RBI double. And his second RBI of the day and his 3rd hit in 6 at-bats.
So now trying to increase their lead. It's back to a 5-run lead for the Saints. And as the old saying goes, if it's low, let it go. If it's high, let it fly. And that's exactly what Cowley did with that pitch with Josh Cowden. And no one can really predict what Cowden could do at the plate. This guy can really do anything. We've already seen a 3-run blast his last time up. This guy already has 5 RBI as well. So at this point, it's what do you want to do, Josh? You can do whatever you want except for strikeout.
Yeah, I would think he's up. He's behind. He's up 3-0 in the count right now. But he's going to walk again for his 3rd time today. And you know he wanted to get another RBI. 5 RBI is a lot in a game. 6 is something you just don't see a lot. And he wanted to be one of those guys to maybe put on a crazy day if he could have. But he'll settle for the walk. His 3rd time now getting walked today as well. And now it's time for Brandon Boning to come up. One of the few guys without a hit in the lineup today. Brandon Boning and Blake Marsh, the only 2 without, and this might be Boning's last chance.
Going after the first one, foul tips it into the catcher's glove.
Does have an RBI, though. Had a sac fly earlier in the ballgame.
And there's a fly ball going over to center field. Definitely playable. And a caught by Booker. So 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. 11-6, 5-run ball game for the Saints as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Welcome back to OC Gray Park. Alex Naveca with you all, and alongside of me is Tommy Warts, and it has been a pleasure to be a part of your Tuesday evening, wherever you may be. You're here in the top of the ninth inning, 11-6, and it's all up to Fino Amador that will look for the last 3 outs of the ball game. As Amador comes in with a 5'9" frame, the sophomore weighing in at 170 pounds from LA. Originally attended Alexander Hamilton High School and is attending Cal State LA.
Yeah, we've seen Fino in these late game situations. Sometimes in the closing role, won't have a save opportunity today with the 5-run lead. But a guy who is very comfortable coming in these late game situations. Not only is he the closer and the setup man for the Saints, does the same role for Cal State LA, where he posted a 0.82 ERA in the 2019 season before it was cut short due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
And that's a line drive laced over to left field for a leadoff single. And that's base hit number 7 permitted by Fino Amador, as we gave you the stat lines for Amador. Has a winning record of 1-0, 7 innings of work, now 7 hits with only 1 earned run, 8 Ks with 3 base on balls with a greedy 1.29 ERA.
Yeah, and here's the guy that started that home run parade. Jack Thomas Wold hit a shot earlier in the ball game today on the first pitch he saw from Creighton Hansen. And it was his second at-bat. Has already hit into 1 double play today. And Amador is going to try to keep it low, see if he can hit him into another one.
Fino Amador, another one of those excellent relievers that has very greedy ERA, high strikeout numbers, a player that doesn't permit very many runs to come in to score. 1-1, and that one is a line drive hit to dead center.
And Jack Thomas Wold able to pick up his second hit of the ball game. Amador got a couple runners on now in the bottom of the 9th inning. 5-run cushion, but want to start getting some outs so they can get quicker and quicker to this end goal of a W. And Bigiani already has a double today. His last at bat in last inning that got the game started back into the chance that they have now.
One after missing that one low. One stat line worth mentioning for Fino Amador during his time with the Golden Eagles: has not allowed a double, a triple, or even a long ball. And definitely has not allowed one with the Saints this year.
Kind of an unlikely hero, you would think, for the Saints so far this year. I know it says listed 5'9", 170. That might be a little generous on both ends there. Fino.
And that's a pitch. Trying to backhand that one was Lewis. Maybe not the best of mechanics, especially with a pair of runners on. Now you've got no outs, runners on second and third.
And Amador is down 3-1 to one of the better hitters in Bigiani for the Riptide. Gonna need to be careful with what pitch you throw him here. And Amador will get set and deliver.
And the 3-1 in there for a called strike.
Now Bigiani has to be kept honest.
Fino with the 3-2, gets some swinging and missing at a fastball upstairs.
And that's what you love to see out of Amador, a guy who's come into trouble in the last few outings for him. Of course, had to come in for that Santa Barbara game and that relief effort when Daniel Richardson was able to have a little bit of command issues and struggled to get outs. And he came in up by 3 with the bases juiced, needed to get 2 outs and did it himself. And he's looking to, after getting himself into trouble, get himself out of it.
So Terrence Simmons now at the plate. 1 ball, no strikes, 1 gone, 11-6. Saints looking to slam the door here on the Orange County Riptide.
A little bit of a change up there, has Simmons out in front of it. And a nice pitch by Amador in what has not been a pitcher's duel, which looked like it was for the first part, but now these teams combining for 23 hits today.
And that one swung on and missed by Simmons. Amador now having him pinned to the corner.
But even though what looked to be a runaway by the Saints has turned into somewhat of a competitive ball game.
The 1-2, it's a line shot going down the first base line. 1 runner comes in to score, another Riptide comes in to score, and they are trying their best to come back into this one.
And a big 1-out double for Simmons now puts this at a 3-run ball game. And let's see what they're going to do with Amador. It doesn't look like they have anyone warming up right now in the pen. They're going to let him have an opportunity to keep this one going, but they got to be careful. Runner at second base, 11-8 ball game, only 1 out. And it'll be Emilio Rosas, who's already got a double and an RBI in the game, now stepping in.
Falling behind now, 2 balls and no strikes. Emilio Rosas coming off with an RBI double his last time up.
A very uncharacteristic Saints pitching performance right now, with 8 runs given up. Something they don't do very often. Last time, though, the Riptide were able to bring across 9 against them in a 6-9 loss. If you want to look for the next time they've given up at least 8 runs, you're going to have to go back a while, all the way to Palm Springs back in the beginning of the year.
Trying to get that fastball at the letters.
And they're in danger now of walking the tying run to the plate.
3-1, gets it on the outer edge. 3-2 now. Three balls, 2 strikes, 1 gone. Runner in scoring position here in the bottom of the 9th. As a 3-2, they get under it, foul territory, and they come up with it. 2 gone.
A huge out there for Amador. Getting the lazy pop out to third base. Sebring getting under it. A big second out in this inning that is still in danger right now. But now the tying run will be on deck as opposed to at the plate still.
So 2 gone now in the bottom of the 9th, and it comes down to Reed Spanrath. Wild fastball upstairs. Now it's bounced in the dirt. Runner over at second, Terrence Simmons will stay put.
Got to be careful with Simmons. Got a lot of speed at second. Have seen him in motion already.
Now falling behind in the count. 3 balls, no strikes. Not the count you want to be at if you're Fino Amador. And just like Tommy said, the tying run is on deck in the form of Darian Williams. This is a 3-0. Another fastball, missing high and wide. And here comes the game-tying run at the plate.
Yeah, quick at bat for Spenrath. Didn't even have to take the bat off the shoulder. And that's going to deliver a visit from pitching coach Josh Schmidt. Davis Diaz will represent the tying run. Rather, Darian Williams will be the tying run. Diaz will be on deck. Sure, pitching coach Josh Schmidt just trying to calm him down in these situations. Not that I think Fino needs it. Guy who always seems to have his composure well. And as a closer, he's used to being in these situations.
So looking for the final out of the ball game. Tying run at the plate. Game-winning run in the on-deck circle. And they're going to continue on with Fino Amador. So Simmons at second, Spenrath at first, and at the plate is a Darian Williams. Here comes the pitch, and it's a high fly ball to deep right field, and that's going to one-hop the wall. 1 run comes in to score. Here comes Spenrath coming in to score, and we've got ourselves a 1-run difference here in this one, 11-10.
Yeah, and a pitch that Amador just leaves over the heart of the plate, and first pitch attacking for Darian Williams. And why wouldn't he? An RBI double his last at bat. He's going to get 2 more RBIs right here. And it's going to be the tying run at second base. And Davis Diaz represents the go-ahead run at the plate.
High fastball. Diaz representing the game-winning run at the plate. Tying run in scoring position. 2 balls, no strikes for Davis Diaz. Hitters count 2-0. Getting the fastball in there for a called strike.
Big strike there for Amador to come back right there after 2 balls. Gonna have to settle down and lock in. Any out that you can get.
2-1, bounce in the dirt. Nowhere that Williams could go that time.
And now the hitters count 3-1.
Here comes the 3-1. Fastball in the inner half. Now it comes down to a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Diaz representing the game-winning run at the plate. Williams in scoring position representing the game-tying run.
And this is just how you script it up in the movies, Alex, right here. Go ahead, tying run at second base, go ahead run at the plate.
3-2, hit the other way. Williams rounding third. The ball gets away from Cowden, and there it is. We're all knotted up at 11 here, folks.
And maybe a play at the plate if Cowden fields that one cleanly, but no chance at all, and now we're all knotted up at 11 here in the bottom of the ninth.
So it will be an RBI single credited to David Diaz, but advances to second on the air by Cowden. Unable to field that one cleanly. And if he was able to field it cleanly, he would be firing at the plate, and we could be guessing it would be a close play at the plate. But now the game-winning run in scoring position as Coach Miley offering for some time. Looks like they are going to intentionally walk Kyle Booker. And looks like they're going to take their chances with Colton Freeman.
And I think that's just to get the righty-righty matchup as opposed to a righty-lefty, but I don't know. Colton Freeman's got the game started with an RBI single and a single in his last at-bat as well. Definitely risky, regardless. Bringing the the outfielders in. Any single, they want to have that play at the plate.
And they said yes. Freeman went around. And third base coach, he's not having it. But count is in Amador's favor. Foul ball. No balls, 2-strike count. Amador looking for the final strike of the game. Oh, 2. Bounce in the dirt. Both runners will take additional 90 feet of real estate. And just like that, the game-winning run just 90 feet away.
And right now, these teams identical in their production. 11 runs, 13 hits apiece for each of them. We have had an outstanding hitting performance and taking positions at the plate the last 3 innings. 10 runs for the Saints since the 7th. 8 runs since the 8th for the Riptide.
1-2. Trying to get Freeman to chase that one high and tight. So it'll be 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 gone. Deuces are wild with 2 runners on. All knotted up at 11 runs and 13 hits. Only difference was the error by the Riptide as the 2-2. And Freeman fouls it off.
And you know Amador just wants to work out of this inning. I'm sure he didn't expect it to go this long. But he's got to get it done if he wants to have the Saints have a chance.
2-2. Ground ball, diving play by the second baseman, and it's an out there for Drew Cowley.
And he saved the game there, Alex.
And it's Fino Amador able to get out of this one before this one gets interesting. But we will go to extras here in the bottom of the 9th inning. It was 4 runs, 5 hits, 1 error, and 2 runners left on base. We're all knotted up at 11 as we go to the top of the 10th here in the OC Great Park as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Still plenty of fight left for the Orange County Riptide. Coming behind 7 runs. Scored a total of 8 runs in the 8th and in the 9th. As Austin Krisick still on the bump. Starting off and going to face off against Jag Burden. Quickly the count, no balls and 2 strikes. First extra inning game here for the Saints. They haven't needed to play extra inning baseball.
Yeah, let's see how they handle some adversity. They thought they might have had an easy win, could rely on their pitching, had a 7-run lead in the 8th inning, and we are all knotted up 11-11 here in the 10th.
And Burden goes down on strikes. Swing and a miss on there. And they put Burden away.
And now Sebring's going to have another opportunity, and he's been a guy who, in these later innings, has shined right now so far. A walk, a triple, and a single in his last 3 at-bats, and getting him on base would be huge for the Saints.
Sebring goes after the first one. 0-1 the count. Always got to love free baseball. And late inning heroics for both of these teams as Sebring gets under this in a deep center field. Definitely playable for Booker.
A good shot right there, but right at him again. And there's going to be 2 down for Peyton Lewis. Maybe he can do something. Looks like Blake Marsh's day will be done as Jake McMurray, our 6th inning interview, is warming up in the on-deck circle.
Great spot there. Krisick didn't miss by a whole lot on that one. Can't be disappointed about the location on that one. But Krisick working very quick, delivers the 1-1 and misses that one off of the plate. In the bottom of the 10th inning, we'll have Wold, Bigiani, and Simmons.
Very strong part of the Riptide order coming up. Would like to get something to come across the plate to give yourself something to lean on going into the bottom of the 10th.
3-1. It's a wild miss, and it's a 2-out walk.
And now here he comes. The man we've talked to already today. In the 6th inning, Jake McMurray is going to pinch hit for Blake Marsh. As Lewis gets walked. And now McMurray has the chance to get us to the top of the order.
As McMurray goes after the first one, elevates this one to dead left field, and will put McMurray away on 1 pitch. So no runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. We're going to the bottom of the 10th as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Arroyo Seco Saints able to get the game-winning run on the form of Peyton Lewis, but left him stranded. As Dominic Dorado will pick up the bottom of the 10th inning. We'll face off against Wold, Bigiani, and Simmons as we're all tied up at 11. As Dominic Dorado, 6'1", the sophomore, weighing in at 200 pounds. Originally from Vestal, New York. Attending BYU as he gets Wold to hit a lazy blooper. That goes over to left, but nicely played there by Sebring.
Yeah, a ball that was in danger of finding that no-man's zone. And Sebring able to track it down. A lot of speed on that left side of the infield between Sebring and Boning. And they're going to be able to track that one down. And that's one of these very big Riptide hitters coming up. And now he's got to deal with the other man from UNLV, Eric Bigiani.
First pitch is a miss off of the plate. 1 ball and no strikes as Dominic Dorado has an even record of 1-1 with 8 innings pitched, 8 hits, 2 earned runs, 8 Ks, and 2 base on balls, rocking a 2.25 ERA as the new first baseman, Jake McMurray, who made a stop to the press box earlier, will record the out himself.
And a very productive first 2 outs for Dorado. Quick, efficient. And now he's got to go up against Terrence Simmons in the lefty-lefty matchup, looking to be just as quick.
So here comes the southpaw, and the first pitch, dribbler, going towards Saints dugout, 0-1. Huge innings for the Saints. You look at the last 3, the 7th, 8th, and 9th. It was a total of 10 runs, really, in the last 3 that the Saints played offensively, but it was Orange County that was able to score an 8 spot. The first 3 innings of offense for Orange County really have proven to be lethal in that game. In this one tonight, it was a tough night on the bump once upon a time for Creighton Hansen. Bit of a different start for the starter. Hansen, almost 3s across the board. 3 innings pitched, 4 Ks as he goes down on strikes. There goes Terrence Simmons, and it's a 1-2-3 clean inning for Dominic Dorado as we go to the top of the 11th as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Top of the 11th we go here in OC Great Park. Alex Naveja with you all. Alongside of me is Tommy Warts. We'll go back to the top of the order with Connor Bradshaw, Cooper Elliott, and Drew Cowley. And take a look at that, Tommy. We have a runner in scoring position. Starting off that extra innings rule and getting to see that in effect in the CCL. And by the looks of it, it's the last out, Jake McMurray. Going to be put to base run.
Yeah, we saw that rule adopted in the MLB during the COVID year. And it's called California baseball rules. They understand that they want to get this game moving a little bit quicker, get the runs in the extra innings as fast as possible. We are heading to the 11th inning now, as Jake McMurray will stand on second base, and Connor Bradshaw is trying to move him over.
And Bradshaw able to get the bunt down, moves McMurray over to third, and just able to beat out the speedster Bradshaw. But from one Jake to another, Jake McBride now going to be on the bump. The junior, he is uncommitted. 6'5" frame, 240 pounds. The right-hander from Goleta, California.
And the infielder is going to stay in for Cooper Elliott at the plate. That go-ahead run now just 90 feet away. It is Jake McMurray, not a whole lot of speed at third base. Going to need a deep fly ball. And a ground ball probably doesn't get him in. Got to get one through if you want to do that way.
And there's a pitch on the outer half. The count even up at 1 ball and 1 strike. And the one thing that is worth noticing, the hole right in between second and short. If you're Elliott, that's really where you should be aiming for there, as the 1-1 pitch is a dribbler down the first base line, and they say it's going to be fair.
And a ball that Cooper Elliott, very rarely do you wish it, but wish goes foul there. Unfortunately, hangs right down the line towards first base. An easy play for Spenrath. Don't have to worry about that runner. But now, Drew Cowley gets to stand in, coming up to the plate for the 7th time today. And looks like they'll issue him the free pass.
For an intentional walk for Drew Cowley. And this is a guy that does have 3 RBI already, and they're going to take their chances against Josh Cowden, who has 5 ribbies.
Yeah, I'm sure if you're the Saints, you're okay with this opportunity right now. You understand Drew Cowley is one of your best hitters, but Josh Cowden's having a great day at the plate. As you said, 5 RBIs, and now 2 more. And Cowden took a huge hack there. He was trying to get 3 more on that swing. And Cowley was able to take second base on a catcher's indifference. And there's 2 guys in scoring position for Cowden.
And there's a pitch in the inside half of the plate for a called strike. And you got to respect the composure that Jake McBride is demonstrating there on the bump. Not fazed about the situation. The game-winning run just 90 feet away as the 0-2 pitch. Fastball upstairs. Bigiani also understanding the situation. We haven't seen any pitches get by Bigiani today as well. 1-2. And Cowden able to maintain a heartbeat at the plate.
And a big spot for Cowden. You know that because the Saints started with a runner at second at the top of the inning, the Riptide will get a runner as well. So you want to at least get that run across to help your case.
And Bigiani was hoping that he was able to maintain the control on that pitch. But It's Cowden who stays alive for another at bat. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the 11th. 11-11 is our score. Here comes the 1-2, fastball upstairs. Cowden laying off of that one all the way. As the deuces will be wild now. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on. Two. And Cowden, what an at-bat he's putting up tonight.
Definitely right now he's falling off the last few pitches, making McBride work. McBride, the 7th pitcher used today by the OC Riptide, and looking to be the guy who can get them to the bottom of the 11th. And it's Josh Cowden, the milkman's job to not have that happen.
2-2, chest high. Doesn't miss by a whole bunch. Cowden stays alive for another pitch, fills it up. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 gone, 2 runners on here in the top of the 11th inning. It's McMurray at third representing the game-winning run. Cowley at second as the 3-2 pitch. It's a high fastball, and they'll juice him up here for, by the looks of it, it is Jag Burden. Pardon me, it's going to be Brandon Boning who's going to be stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, Boning being in the 5 spot today. He's got another opportunity. His 2nd time with the bases juiced today. Again, one of 2 guys from the starting lineup without a hit. And what a time it would be for his first one of the day.
Already earlier tonight, Boning fell short on a bases loaded situation, and now the stage is set for him to make something happen here. Lays that one off. 1 ball, no strikes. Swings and misses through the 1-0. The count even up at 1 ball and 1 strike. You look back at the top of the 3rd inning when they had the bases loaded. Bradshaw at third, Elliott at second, and a Cowden at first. And Boning fouling that one off a long way.
Brandon Boning taking his time, stepping out of the box, understanding the situation. Creeping up on that 4-hour mark in the game. And we're all tied up still after it.
As Boning lifts one over to right field, and it's Freeman that'll put him away. So the Saints come up with the bases loaded, but aren't able to cash any of the runners in. We still remain tied up as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Missed opportunity for the Arroyo Seco Saints. Brandon Boning coming up short in a big situation with the bases juiced as we go to the bottom of the 11th inning. And it'll be Terrence Simmons who will be the base runner at second as Dominic Dorado will come out for another inning of work. And it's Emilio Rosas who will lead things off, showing bunt. Gets the bunt down, and it's a pop-up straight to the glove of McMurray.
Great heads-up play by McMurray to come in there, playing the bunt defense, able to attack it, get the pop-up, no runner moves over, and now probably an opportunity where they don't get the sacrifice again.
So as Reed Spenrath stepping up to the plate, hasn't been able to be put in the shelves in the last 3 at-bats with a single, a base on balls, and another base on balls with a run scored.
In the lefty-lefty matchup, see how Dorado approaches it. 4 outs very quickly for Dorado, looking to keep that rhythm going.
Dorado coming in the bottom of the 10th inning. Did his job very well, able to put the Riptide away 1-2-3. As there's a breaking ball in there for a called strike.
Looked like that one fooled Spenrath. And Dorado's able to work back, even the count up at 1. With that tying run at second base.
1-1, having Spenrath shy away from that breaking ball. Almost hitting him there. 2 balls and 1 strike now as Peyton Lewis will go have a word with Dorado. But in the meantime, we're going to give you guys some final scores around the CCL. The Conejo Oaks put up a great close battle against the Academy Barons, beating them 4-3. The Walnut Creek Crawdads put up 20 runs against the Solano Mudcats. And it's the Prune Packers putting up a 20-run ball game of their own as well against the Fresno A's, 20-2. Another close ball game, 5-1 against San Luis Obispo Blues against the Santa Barbara Foresters. The 2-1 is fouled back. Count even up, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And getting this guy at the plate to get you to that 2-out mark without a runner 90 feet away, really big. You can bring the infielders back, or the outfielders back in and play for that no single RBIs.
As the 2-2 pitch is fouled off. Spenrath putting up a great at-bat. And just another reminder, on July 14th, we will have the CCL Showcase game. That will be in Compton, California, in the Urban Youth Academy. First pitch time will be at 7 p.m. Hope to see you guys there and see your best CCL players, the NorCal versus SoCal. And here's a little number going over to third. Sebring checks the runner, throws the runner out over at first.
And a soft dribbler to third for Spenrath. Great play by Jonas Sebring to look the runner back who thought about going Terrence Simmons for a second. If he wouldn't have got checked, maybe he would have. Sebring's able to take that extra second, has a strong cannon of a right arm. Throws over, retires the run, and there's 2 down.
So here's Davis Diaz, who's coming back into the plate and definitely came up huge.
Looks like they walked to Darian Williams. Get that force out at any base, and the first pitch to Diaz is a strike.
Great spot there for Dorado, getting one at the knees. quickly the count. No balls and 2 strikes. Dorado kicks and fires. And wow, what a spot there for Dorado. Getting that one in the inner half of the plate. Just couldn't get the call in his favor there.
Just missing a breaking ball. Must have started on the outside of the plate and worked his way over. Maybe a nice frame job by Peyton Lewis, but boy, we thought that one might have hit the corner.
1-2. Another pitch that misses low. Gotta appreciate Dorado just keeping the baseball low.
And that's what he needs to do. Don't want to hit these fly balls now. Nothing in the gaps. Keep it on the ground. Make those ground outs. You got these plays at all the 3 bases now.
And the 2-2, it is fouled off of the leg of Diaz, but you got to appreciate Sebring still playing through it.
You don't always know. Could have taken a weird hop off hitting one of those dirt patches on the left side of the infield. And you got to play it. Started foul, but came back into fair territory. Sebring was ready to throw it if he needed it too.
Oh, absolutely. You do have to play through those, even if it looks like the batter is, he's wobbling there at the plate. Still play through it until the umpire makes the call. And it's always good to still play through it. Don't allow anything to really stop you. Really, I mean, in a situation like this, you're in extra innings, all tied up at 11. But by the looks of it, the trainer is coming out of the dugout, evaluating on Diaz.
Just making sure he's able to continue. Looks like he will be. Can be dangerous sometimes when you got these pitches coming in, the high 80s, low 90s. Taking one off the bat straight down into a leg, it's going to be right up there in the same speed, and if you're not ready for it and it hits a spot, at worst, it's going to be real painful.
Here comes the 2-2, pitch in the dirt, and there goes Simmons, stealing third. And the game-winning run for the Riptide just 90 feet away.
And now runners at the corner for Davis Diaz. Dorado doesn't need to worry about him. 2 down, make the pitch you need to, put it where they wants it, and get us to the 12th.
3-2, that's a pitch in the dirt, and that will load up the bases for Orange County.
And back to the top of the order now as well. It's going to be Kyle Booker. But it will be another lefty-lefty matchup now as well. And maybe you look at it as it could be a worse situation. Runners were at the corner. Doesn't matter about those back runners. Just the guy at 90 feet anyway. Now you can have a forced play anywhere.
First pitch is a high chopper. Sebring comes after it. Throws on the run. Shows off the cannon to come up with the final out. We're going to go to the top of the 12th inning. This ball game is very much alive here in OC Gray Park. Gotta love free baseball. Still tied up at 11 as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Both teams able to get the bases loaded, but unable to have runs come in to score. As it'll be Brandon Boning that will be the runner at second for the Arroyo Seco Saints. Jag Burden will be in the box. As Burden shows bunt, but it's a called strike.
And I guess I understand the point of the bunt to start off these innings, but why not just take a couple hacks, try to get these runs across with no outs, and keep adding on in the inning. It's not always one run that's going to be the difference in these games. And do you want to trade away outs right away for it?
It definitely shuffles up the defense. A lot of moving pieces when it comes down to these bunt defenses. Emilio Rosas definitely staying close to the bag, but after that foul ball, taking a couple steps back, knowing that there's not going to be a bunt attempt anymore. Even Spanrath over at first was trying to play close to the infield grass. And a back pick attempt there by McBride. Was still able to put a 0 spot in the top half of the 11th. And so they decided to keep him in there and try to recycle as many arms as possible. The count evened up, 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jag Burden. Brandon Boning over at second. Excellent base runner. There's the 2-2. Burden. It's a high can of corn over to third, and it will be Rosas to put him away.
Yeah, unfortunately getting way too underneath that one. Burden, easy pop fly to third base. But now it's time for Jonas Sebring to come on up. 2 hits already in the ball game, including a huge triple. Also has a walk, flew out to center in his last at-bat, but it was a shot that if he pulls it down a line, it might still be flying.
And they start him off with a fastball in the dirt. 1 ball and no strikes. Very interesting observation. Rosas playing Sebring back. If Sebring could get a bunt down the third base line, he could very well get potentially runners at the corners with the speed that Boning has over at second. And a huge swing there for Boning. Just trying to hit that one right over the 325 sign down the third base line with that type of swing.
Definitely a big hack from Sebring. And he loves being in these kind of situations.
High fastball. Bigiani definitely keeping an eye out on Brandon Boning at second. The count 2 balls, 1 strike. All tied up at 11. 11 runs, 13 hits, no errors for the Saints. 11 runs, 13 hits, and 1 error for the Riptide.
Pretty identical stat lines from a team standpoint, at least. And it was the late innings that we really saw that come alive. The 7th, 8th, and 9th, we saw the Saints put up 10 runs in between those 3 innings. And between the 8th and the 9th, the Riptide put up 8.
It was the calm before the storm. Definitely in the beginning of the game, it was the Riptide coming in with 3 innings with 3 runs. Maintained a 1-run lead, then a 2-run lead. Then the Saints were able to answer back and come up with a lead of their own as Sebring gets under one. 2 gun.
Lazy fly ball there to left. It's going to be 2 down now for Peyton Lewis, the man they call P-Lou, coming up to the plate here in the top of the 12th.
Bit of a different inning here for the Saints. 10th and the 11th, as here's a fly ball, shallow left field, and coming in on the run is Terrence Simmons. No problem, able to come in on the run to make that grab. And if he drops that, we're definitely looking at a 12-11 ball game. But great reflexes by Simmons as we go to the bottom of the 12th. As you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Terrence Simmons coming on the run to rob a base hit and potentially the game-winning hit for the Saints to finish up the top half of the 12th after we go to the bottom half of the 12th. So it's Colton Freeman now stepping up to the plate. Kyle Booker will take his lead over at second, and very identical base runners, very identical innings. The Saints had Brandon Boning, a great base runner, and now Riptide with a great base runner as well. As Freeman shows bunt, high chopper. McMurray, he is not going to risk the Javi Baez play. He's just going to go run, make the tag over at first, and Booker able to advance over to third.
Not much you can do there if you're Jake McMurray. Definitely a play that you have to make by going to first there. They're going to walk Wold because why wouldn't you set up the double play? And now it's going to be Eric Bigiani coming up for the 8th time today.
And going through the lineup an 8th time definitely has been a long day of baseball, but we definitely love our free baseball. As Eric Bigiani coming up to the plate, ducks at the corner. Fastball high and tight, the count 1 ball and no strikes.
Interesting choice to keep Dorado out here for his 3rd inning of work. Has done pretty well, has done what you can ask of him in his last 2. And you can hear the encouragement coming from the dugout.
1-0. And a foul ball going down the first base line.
Off the end of the bat. McMurray looked ready to go over there. But we will continue to pitch to Bigiani.
Wow. Very interesting development of plays there. Booker was booking it to the home plate. And the Saints telling Dorado to step off. Booker really trying to look for the back here as the 1-1. Pitch in the dirt, 2-1.
Yeah, very heads up of Jonas Sebring to realize that, yelling over to his pitcher, who the lefty doesn't have as good a look at third base. And Sebring able to let him know that, hey, he's playing dangerous over there. Make sure you keep an eye on it.
2-1, a ground ball to short. The only play is over to second, to first. And what an inning, ending twin killing there for the Saints.
Huge play by Drew Cowley, Brandon Boning, Jake McMurray. Another double play today, silencing the OC Riptide crowd right now.
And able to go on for another inning of baseball as we go to the top of the 13th. Great defensive work there by the Saints. Answering back from the rob by Terrence Simmons as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. So welcome back to OC Great Park. Alex Naveca with you all. Alongside of me, Tommy Warts. As we have Jake McMurray going to lead things off here for the Saints. And Peyton Lewis representing the game-winning run for the Saints at second. Takes off over to third as this one is popped up. But Lewis having to go back over to second after that pop-out.
McMurray went after the first pitch. hit and run opportunity. Luckily, hit it high enough so that Lewis had a chance to get back. And there's going to be one down, back up to the top of the order. And Connor Bradshaw.
And Bradshaw takes one low and inside, 1 ball and no strikes. Saints used a different approach and just went with a straight steal at third, but with that pop out hit by McMurray, definitely making it very difficult to advance the runner over at third.
And now the Saints are starting their 8th time through the batting order. Bradshaw sacrificed his last time up, was batting in the first extra inning with the runner on second, tried to get him over.
So now Bradshaw with the 1 ball, 2 strike count. Both of these teams have had their bases loaded and extras and still haven't been able to come in to score. And there's a line drive that's going to split the gap. Here comes Peyton Lewis in to score. It's 12-11 now. Arroyo Seco with the lead, and it's the blow by Connor Bradshaw with the RBI double.
And it's the first hit since the 9th inning for the Saints now, Alex, and the first run since then, too. Connor Bradshaw is our 14th hit in the 13th inning right now, and the Saints now are leading 12-11.
So now it's 12-11 in the top of the 13th. As here's an opportunity for Cooper Elliott, takes one. Looks like a hit him, at least from our angle. But looks like he's going to continue on with the at-bat. 1 ball, no strikes. Going to be in a similar situation, but you do have the 1-run lead. Elliott does go after the high cheddar, 1-1.
And keep adding on right now if you're the Saints. Why not? We've been here 4.5 hours. Might as well stay a little longer. Get some more insurance on there.
Is the 1-1 catching the outside part of the plate. 1-2 the count. I definitely think more runs would be ideal here for the Saints. With only a 1-run lead, the Riptide could definitely answer with a run of their own as well.
That runner's going to start on second for them, just the same. So not easy. Might as well get something else to come across. Help your pitcher out as much as they can. Again, no one warming up, so assume Dorado is coming out for his 4th inning of work, and what a workhorse he's been.
And the 1-2 pitch is laced over to right field. They're waving in Bradshaw. No play at the plate. The throw goes to second. It is 13-11.
Continue the onslaught. Cooper Elliott. 2 runs in the top of the 13th. It only took 8 times through the order, but now they are back on top here in the 13th.
So Bradshaw with the RBI double, and now Elliott with the RBI single. It's a 2-run lead. So now it's Drew Cowley stepping up to the plate. Jake McBride still on the bump. 0-1 the count to Drew Cowley.
And a guy who got intentionally walked the last time up because they know how dangerous he can be with his bat. He wants to prove that it was a good decision last time with another big hit here. 3 hits already for him today.
Oh, 2, there goes Elliott, but that one is slapped, but going foul.
Little late on that one from McBride. Obviously getting some fatigue setting in on the mound. As we said, already the 7th pitcher they've used for the Riptide, forcing McBride to take on some of the innings.
That one misses up. 1-2 the count to Drew Cowley, 13-11. RBI double by Bradshaw and RBI single by Elliott. Cowley trying to hit that one the other way, down the third base line. Still Tuesday. Hasn't forgotten that it's Taco Tuesday. Trying to drive that one the other way. Does have a big gap in between the 5 and 6 hole. As the 1-2 pitch, there goes Elliott, and it's a good one for him to jump on. And just like that, same situation as we started, runner in scoring position.
Heads up to be on the move there already. And with a pitch in the dirt, there won't even be a throw. Elliott can lightly jog in from about halfway to second.
2-2. Skies this one, and they'll run out of room.
Able to keep fighting for his life at the plate now is Drew Cowley. 2-2 count. Top of the 13th, and an opportunity to continue to add to this lead. What a ball game, Alex. A lot of fun. Regardless, 13 innings. An absolute grind for all the players.
That one misses low and in, and that will fill up the count. And to have a total of 24 runs in a ball game, you don't get to see that every day, which is why you can never guess what's going to happen in a baseball game. Back pick over to second. It's a good one, and they pick off Elliott.
And Elliott got a little antsy there. You could see it. And it's something that has happened to him before at second base. He's been caught stealing a couple times on the base pass, not even from throws, but just picked off. And another one there, and not what you wanted to see.
And there's a little bloop going straight to the glove of Williams. So if Orange County Riptide want to stay alive for another day, they will look to score 2 as we go to the bottom of the 13th, as you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. Arroyo Seco Saints go into the bottom of the 13th with a 2-run lead, as Eric Bigiani will be the runner at second now, as Terrence Simmons will be stepping up to the plate. We'll have Emilio Rosas and Reed Spenrath. It's still Dominic Dorado looking to come up with the win here, looking for win number 2.
And Dorado has been a huge part of this effort right now from the Saints. Impressive stuff to get through 3 innings of extra inning work, 2 innings with a runner on second off the rip, but now he's got to finish if he wants to get his W.
Here comes the 1-1. Pitch misses outside, 2-1 the count. After tonight's ball game, Saints will go back home and play 2 tough games at home. They'll have the Academy Barons and Santa Barbara Foresters. And there's a line drive straight to Sebring. Was ready to turn a double play there over at second in case if Bigiani took off to third.
And a very loud out for Dorado. Kind of scares you off the sound, but he turns, he looks over. It's in Sebring's glove. Easy play for him, and heads up to look over to second to see if he had any opportunity at the double play. But there's one down here in the bottom of the 13th now.
And here's a deep drive over to right field, and Cowden coming in with a Superman-style grab.
And what a play by Josh Cowden, sliding, giving it all on the line here. We've played 13 innings of baseball. He's trying to get us out of here quicker. And what a play from the effort in right field by Cowden.
Josh Cowden may be going with the name of Superman and his off days, coming in with a nice grab there over in right field. And with 2 gone, it all comes down to Reed Spenrath. And the first pitch is bounced. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Just 3 strikes away from closing this one down.
And just hitting the 4.5 hour mark now. 6:05 first pitch. Dorado's going to step off.
One-0. Promptly banks one in there for a called strike. 1-1 now to Spenrath. One. That one gets by Lewis.
And the runner will move up. Don't have to have too much worry in that guy at third, but the man at the plate, Reed Spenrath, does represent the tying run still. And like you said, 24 runs, 28 hits in this absolute slugfest right now. We are 13 innings in. And that one's going to be fouled back, and we are at a 2-2 count, and this could be the last one of the game.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 13th. Game-tying run at the plate. Dorado comes set. Here comes the 2-2. Lewis handles that one nicely. Full count now. Dorado comes set, kicks and fires a 3-2. And that's going to be a line drive, dropping in there to center for a 2-out RBI single.
And he wanted to throw him a strike. And now the tying run will be at first base. Go-ahead run represented at the plate. It's a Darian Williams who was walked his last time up to get to Davis Diaz. And we'll see what he can do now. Looks like they're going to bring in a pinch runner. Can't quite see the number here. Alex got his fancy binoculars out. He should let us know here soon. Looks like number 22, if I can be honest with you. But it will be Darian Williams stepping up today. Having a pretty nice day at the plate. Has been a tough out so far for the Saints.
It's a breaking ball missing off of the plate, as it'll be Dwight Allen, the freshman from Georgia, going to represent the game-tying run. And the batter at the plate now is the game-winning run.
And Darian Williams already has 5 hits today, Alex, as well.
And there's a line drive, and Boney can't handle it. That's going to end up at left center field. Allen able to go from first to third on there. They're going to put the stop sign on there, and the game-winning run is in scoring position.
Now make that 6 for Darian Williams. And the Riptide will not go down easy. Davis Diaz now stepping in. And there will be the tying run at third and the go-ahead run at second. Dorado in his 4th inning of work has pitched very well in extra innings, but needs to get one more out.
First pitch, and that's a fastball missing in. Allen at third, Williams at second.
Dorado firing in a strike there, even in this count at 1-1 to Davis.
Fastball in there for a called strike.
And a good spot on the inside corner for Dorado. A lot of chirping from the dugouts.
1-2, fastball upstairs. Still plenty of fight left here for Orange County. Riptide trailing this one by 1. Game-tying run at third, game-winning run at second. 2-2, ground ball to Boning. Gets the one hop, throws to first, and you could put a W on the board for your Arroyo Seco Saints here in this victory that comes down to 13 innings of baseball. It was Dominic Dorado. It was a roller coaster ride of a ball game. He hangs on to this 1-run lead, and I do not even know where to begin here in this ball game. There's a lot to go over here in this ball game. A lot of late game heroics between these two clubs, and definitely one of the best baseball games in the CCL at the moment. Definitely, very easily.
An unbelievable game from beginning to end. It looked to be a pitcher's duel for most of this game. Saints had 1 hit going into the 6th inning. 1 hit. And really opening it up and looking to take a commanding lead after the 7th, 8th, and 9th. They were able to come across 10 runs in those innings. Came into the 8th inning with a 10-3 lead. Ended up blowing it in the 8th and the 9th inning. And we found ourselves tied at 11-11 for a lot of this ball game until the 13th inning. Connor Bradshaw, Cooper Elliott able to come across 2 runs in the top of the inning, but the Riptide did not go down easy as well. Able to get 1 run to come across in the bottom of the inning, and the tying run just 90 feet away, and the go-ahead run at second. But I think Dominic Dorado has to be our player of the game and able to come down and shut it down here for 4 innings worth of extra inning baseball. Absolute great effort for the Southpaw today.
We were definitely going to think it was going to be Cowley or Cowden if this game didn't go to extras, but this is an easy game that goes to Dominic Dorado as he was able to shut the door on a very talented Orange County Riptide team that refused to go down as well. This was both ball clubs that really were taking advantage of every at-bat in before extra innings and even during extra innings. They were very balanced. They were eye to eye during extra innings. But it is Dominic Dorado who does come in as the winning pitcher. Losing pitcher is Jake McBride here in this ball game, and it ended in a very close ball game. But what's coming up next for the Saints? Well, they will be going back home tomorrow, and they will host the next two against the Barons and Santa Barbara. Tomorrow will be against the Barons, 6:05 p.m. first pitch time there at Jackie Robinson Field. Hope to see you guys there. We will definitely have the coverage for you guys on the broadcast there on the Arroyo Seco Baseball Saints Radio Network. We will have the coverage for you guys here on YouTube. And that's all the time we have left here in Orange County Great Park. We thank you all so much for tuning into this one. If you guys enjoyed the broadcast, you guys are enjoying Arroyo Seco Baseball, please give a thumbs up. Also, hit the subscribe button down below so you guys can make sure to stay up to date with everything SoCal in the Arroyo Seco Baseball and everything going on there, so you guys can hit the notification bell as well. I am Alex Novak, and alongside of me was Tommy Wards with you guys with the full 13 innings of baseball here to this one. Once again, your Arroyo Seco Baseball winning this one 13-12. A total of 25 runs scored into this one. We're signing off here, and you're listening to Arroyo Seco Baseball on the Saints Radio Network. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you, Alex. Good night, Mom.